새마을운동은 마을을 새로이 일궈 가난을 딛고 일어서고자 했던 우리들의 강한 마음에서 비롯되어 잠든 가능성을 깨워 굶주림 없는 세상을 만드는 지구촌의 강한 힘이 되었습니다. 온 누리, 너른 대지에 씨앗을 뿌리고 희망을 싹 틔워 당신과 함께 새로운 미래를 여는 우리는 경상북도 새마을재단입니다. 사람들은 말합니다. 세계 최빈국에서 세계 경제대국으로 변모한 한국의 중심에 새마을운동이 있었다고. 이런 새마을운동의 원동력은 무엇이었을까요? 1970년 모두 함께 하나 되어 잘 사는 나라를 만들자는 굳은 의지는 결의의 목소리가 되어 대한민국에 울려 퍼지기 시작했습니다. 세계는 이러한 새마을운동이 지닌 가치를 발견하였고 그 희망의 토대를 함께 나누기를 바랬습니다. 그리고 마침내 새마을운동의 성공 경험을 공유해달라는 국제사회의 요청과 인류 공동 번영을 향한 우리의 마음이 한데 모여 2012년 경상북도 새마을재단이 설립되었습니다. 우리는 개발도상국의 발전과 빈곤 퇴치에 기여한다는 분명한 소명의식을 가지고 개발도상국이 스스로 가난을 극복하여 일어설 수 있도록 지원하고 있습니다. 유엔과 OECD를 비롯 다수의 국제기구로부터 개발도상국을 위한 가장 효과적인 발전 모델로 인정받은 새마을운동. 새마을재단은 우리의 새마을운동 성공 경험과 노하우를 지역사회 개발이 필요한 개발도상국들과 나누며 함께 잘 사는 지구촌을 향해 나아갑니다. 오늘을 걱정하는 나라에서 내일을 그리는 나라로 새마을재단은 희망을 품고 미래를 그리는 마을을 만들어갑니다. 새로운 마을을 일군다는 것은 금전적인 지원이 다가 아니기에 우리는 현재 글로벌 청년 새마을 지도자들을 파견하여 마을 지도자, 주민, 공무원들과의 협력을 통해 신뢰를 쌓고 주인의식과 자립심을 일깨우며 희망의 터전을 만들고 있습니다.
How to develop this can-do attitude, that is very important because everything starts from a can-do attitude. If you put that in your mindset and we change the mindsets of the people, they can break any barriers, they can achieve many higher goals, and as a government, as the representative of the government, we truly appreciate the impact that Sémaolundong had in Senegal.
I think what you have done greatly in your country is to change mentality. This is the reason why we also want to work with you to do the same thing in the developing countries. But to me, this is the greatest asset that you have.
Là cán bộ phụ trách dự án tại Việt Nam thì ban đầu chúng tôi rất là băn khoăn về sự thành công của dự án. Tuy nhiên trong quá trình thực hiện được tham gia tập huấn tại Hàn Quốc cũng như tại Việt Nam và sự đồng hành của các bạn tình nguyện viên đến từ Hàn Quốc thì chúng tôi đã có thêm niềm tin về sự thành công của dự án cũng như là vào quỹ. Hiện tại chúng tôi đang nỗ lực không ngừng.
우리는 각 마을의 특성에 맞는 맞춤형 지원으로 현지 주민들의 소득을 향상시키는 등 실질적인 변화와 가시적인 성과를 이루고 있습니다. 또한 주민들을 대상으로 의식 개선 교육, 보건위생 교육 등을 시행하여 새마을 시범마을의 생활 환경 개선에도 힘쓰고 있습니다.
බිම්මල් විකුණුම් ආදායමෙන් නිවස අලුත්දැඩියා කරගෙන දරුවන්ගේ පාසල් කටයුතු සිදු කරනවා. බිම්මල් වලින් ලැබෙන ආදායමෙන් කොටසක් බැංකුවේ තැන්පත් කර මගේ පවුලේ අයට උදව් කිරීමට හැකියවීම ගැන මම සතුටු වෙනවා.
새마을 재단은 우리의 도움이 필요한 세계 곳곳에서 오늘의 환경을 바꾸어 내일의 희망을 꽃피워 나갑니다. 이제 대한민국은 우리 함께를 넘어 모두 함께의 힘을 세계와 나누어 갑니다. 변화를 이끄는 변함없는 가치. 우리의 영향력은 무엇일까요?
작지만 이런 큰 변화를 이끌어내는 것이 우리 역할이라고 생각을 합니다. 화장실을 만들고 또 아이들이 공부할 수 있는 교실을 만들고 또 좁은 도로를 넓히는 것처럼 이런 기본적인 것들이 우리 마을을 변화시키고 있습니다. 이런 작은 변화를 통해서 주민들이 자신감을 얻게 하는 것이 우리의 가장 큰 목표입니다.
새마을 해외 봉사단은 마을 주민의 곁에서 새마을 운동의 정신을 전파하고 있으며 글로벌 청년 새마을 지도자들은 현지 마을 지도자들과 함께 농촌 발전을 이끌며 국제개발 협력 전문가로 거듭나고 있습니다. 새마을 운동은 또한 멈춰있지 않습니다. 새마을 재단은 현지 대학과 연계한 새마을 연구소와 연수센터를 운영하고 있으며 매년 새마을국제포럼을 개최하여 새마을 세계화 사업의 성과를 공유하고 발전 및 확산 방안을 모색하고 있습니다.
새마을운동은 어떻게 하면 우리 사회의 모든 구성원들이 아무도 소외되지 않고 산업화 세대에 같이 맞춰갈 수 있느냐, 이러한 그 포부를 가지고 시작을 했습니다. 4차 산업혁명 시대에도 전 세계로 이러한 운동이 퍼져나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
우리는 국제기구와의 다양한 협력 사업을 통해 새마을운동의 글로벌 브랜드 가치를 높이며 유엔의 지속 가능 개발 목표 달성에 기여하고자 노력할 것입니다. 새마을운동은 시민들의 자발적인 참여와 우수한 지도자의 헌신적 봉사, 정부의 적극적 지원이 어우러진 한국형 지역사회 개발 모델로서 인류 공동 번영의 정신이 담겨 있습니다. 이러한 새마을운동의 가치를 잇는 새마을 재단의 영향력은 더 많은 세계 마을로 퍼져나가 풍요로운 변화의 바람을 일으켜 갈 것입니다.
경상북도는 대한민국을 잘 살게 만든 근본이 되는 새마을운동의 발상지입니다. 지난 50년 전에 세계에서 가장 가난한 나라를 잘 살게 만든 그 운동이 바로 새마을운동인데, 이 운동을 우리보다 더 어려운 나라에 전파하고자 노력하고 있습니다. 그래서 이것을 새마을운동 세계화라 이야기합니다. 아시아, 아프리카 가난한 나라에서는 새마을운동의 성과에 대해서 많이 이야기를 하면서 자기 나라의 홍보, 또 자기 나라에 와서 운동을 해달라고 요청을 했습니다. 그래서 우리 경상북도만이 이 일을 계속하고 있습니다. 그래서 자랑스러운 새마을운동이 세계의 빈곤 퇴치와 가난을 물리치고 또 유엔에서 인정하는 그런 운동으로 계속 확산되도록 노력하겠습니다.
과거 가난했던 시절을 딛고 대한민국이 일어설 수 있었던 원동력은 이제 세계로 뻗어나가 개발도상국들이 도약할 수 있는 희망의 원동력이 되었습니다. 작은 도움의 손길이 한숨을 희망으로 바꿀 수 있다는 걸 알기에 다 함께 잘 사는 지구촌을 향해 새마을 재단이 전 세계 곳곳의 이웃들과 함께합니다. 새마을 운동은 마을을 새로이 일궈 가난을 딛고 일어서고자 했던 우리들의 강한 마음에서 비롯되어 잠든 가능성을 깨워 굶주림 없는 세상을 만드는 지구촌의 강한 힘이 되었습니다. 온 누리, 너른 대지에 씨앗을 뿌리고 희망을 싹 틔워 당신과 함께 새로운 미래를 여는 우리는 경상북도 새마을 재단입니다. 사람들은 말합니다. 세계 최빈국에서 세계 경제대국으로 변모한 한국의 중심에 새마을 운동이 있었다고. 이런 새마을 운동의 원동력은 무엇이었을까요? 1970년 모두 함께 하나 되어 잘 사는 나라를 만들자는 굳은 의지는 결의의 목소리가 되어 대한민국에 울려 퍼지기 시작했습니다. 세계는 이러한 새마을 운동이 지닌 가치를 발견하였고 그 희망의 토대를 함께 나누기를 바랬습니다. 그리고 마침내 새마을 운동의 성공 경험을 공유해달라는 국제사회의 요청과 인류 공동 번영을 향한 우리의 마음이 한데 모여 2012년 경상북도 새마을 재단이 설립되었습니다. 우리는 개발도상국의 발전과 빈곤 퇴치에 기여한다는 분명한 소명의식을 가지고 개발도상국이 스스로 가난을 극복하여 일어설 수 있도록 지원하고 있습니다. 유엔과 OECD를 비롯 다수의 국제기구로부터 개발도상국을 위한 가장 효과적인 발전 모델로 인정받은 새마을 운동. 새마을 재단은 우리의 새마을 운동 성공 경험과 노하우를 지역사회 개발이 필요한 개발도상국들과 나누며 함께 잘 사는 지구촌을 향해 나아갑니다. 오늘을 걱정하는 나라에서 내일을 그리는 나라로 새마을 재단은 희망을 품고 미래를 그리는 마을을 만들어갑니다. 새로운 마을을 일군다는 것은 금전적인 지원이 다가 아니기에 우리는 현재 글로벌 청년 새마을 지도자들을 파견하여 마을 지도자, 주민, 공무원들과의 협력을 통해 신뢰를 쌓고 주인의식과 자립심을 일깨우며 희망의 터전을 만들고 있습니다.
How to develop this can-do attitude, that is very important because everything starts from a can-do attitude. If you put that in your mindset and we change the mindsets of the people, they can break any barriers, they can achieve many higher goals, and as a government, as the representative of the government, we truly appreciate the impact that Samuel Ndong had in Senegal.
I think what you have done greatly in your country is to change mentality. This is the reason why we also want to work with you to do the same thing in the developing countries. But to me, this is the greatest asset that you have.
Là cán bộ phụ trách dự án tại Việt Nam thì ban đầu chúng tôi rất là băn khoăn về sự thành công của dự án. Tuy nhiên trong quá trình thực hiện được tham gia tập huấn tại Hàn Quốc cũng như tại Việt Nam và sự đồng hành của các bạn tình nguyện viên đến từ Hàn Quốc thì chúng tôi đã có thêm niềm tin về sự thành công của dự án cũng như là vào quỹ. Đấy, hiện tại chúng tôi đang nỗ lực không ngừng.
우리는 각 마을의 특성에 맞는 맞춤형 지원으로 현지 주민들의 소득을 향상시키는 등 실질적인 변화와 가시적인 성과를 이루고 있습니다. 또한 주민들을 대상으로 의식 개선 교육, 보건 위생 교육 등을 시행하여 새마을 시범마을의 생활 환경 개선에도 힘쓰고 있습니다.
මේ බිම්මල් විකුණුම් ආදායමෙන් නිවස අලුත්වැඩියා කරගෙන දරුවන්ගේ පාසල් කටයුතු සිදු කරනවා. බිම්මල් වලින් ලැබෙන ආදායමෙන් කොටසක් බැංකුවේ තැන්පත් කර මගේ පවුලේ අයට උදව් කිරීමට හැකියවීම ගැන මම සතුටු වෙනවා.
새마을 재단은 우리의 도움이 필요한 세계 곳곳에서 오늘의 환경을 바꾸어 내일의 희망을 꽃피워 나갑니다.
예, 반갑습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Han Soo from Gyeongbuk University. I'm your moderator today. We have 4 sessions prepared for this session number 3. So I'm going to give only 10 minutes per speaker. So if you keep your time, I would appreciate it very much. First and foremost, let me introduce Mr. Khalifa from Indonesia to talk about the case of the 새마을운동. So is he connected online? Yes, thank you.
Khalifah, umur saya 33 tahun. Saya adalah salah satu pengelola Semaul Jamur Center sekaligus petani penerima manfaat program budidaya jamur Semaul Foundation di Desa Bleberan melalui program pembangunan desa percontohan Semaul. Semaul Foundation sudah melaksanakan program pemberdayaan masyarakat di Bleberan sejak tahun 2015. Dimulai dengan berbagai macam pelatihan dan penggalian potensi desa. Kemudian, karena melihat ada permasalahan terkait air di Bleberan, Semaul Foundation membuat program alih fungsi teknologi air bersih dari yang sebelumnya menggunakan diesel menjadi menggunakan tenaga listrik. Setelah alih fungsi teknologi PAB, kami semakin mudah mengakses air bersih. Dulu sehari air menyala 5 jam, sekarang bisa akses air 24 jam. Di waktu tahun 2018, Semaul Foundation membuat demplot budidaya jamur. Sebagai petani palawija yang sudah kenal dengan cuaca Bleberan, saya ragu dengan demplot jamur Semaul Foundation. Sebab sepengetahuan saya, jamur itu idealnya tumbuh di daerah dingin dan sejuk. Sedangkan Bleberan terletak di wilayah Gunung Kidul yang sudah terkenal sebagai daerah yang sering mengalami kekeringan. Setelah mengikuti sosialisasi dan pelatihan program budidaya jamur dari Semaul Foundation, saya mulai tertarik dengan jamur, komoditas baru yang belum pernah ada di Bleberan. Budidaya jamur tidak seperti budidaya pertanian lain, lebih ramah perempuan, tidak membutuhkan lahan yang luas, bisa dilakukan di pekarangan, dan yang penting tidak perlu melakukan pekerjaan berat seperti mencangkul. Ditambah lagi permasalahan air di Bleberan sudah terselesaikan. Jadi tidak ada salahnya kita mencoba berbudidaya jamur. Kemudian saya membuat kelompok dengan tetangga saya yaitu Mbak Wati dan kami mengajukan diri sebagai kelompok petani jamur binaan Semaul Foundation. Kami diberi bantuan material untuk pembangunan kumbung dan backlog jamur. Di awal program total ada 15 kelompok pembudidaya jamur di Desa Bleberan. Kami tidak hanya mendapat bantuan material namun pendampingan dan pelatihan terkait budidaya jamur. Setelah mencoba budidaya jamur dan melihat hasilnya, saya mengetahui satu hal bahwa jamur segar di Bleberan kualitasnya lebih bagus daripada jamur dari daerah yang lebih dingin. Dan beruntungnya budidaya jamur menjadi program utama dalam program peningkatan pendapatan oleh Semaul Foundation. Sampai saat ini jumlah pembudidaya jamur di Bleberan ada sekitar 37 orang. Kumbung yang sebelumnya dikelola oleh 3 orang, sekarang masing-masing bisa mengelola 2 sampai 3 kumbung. Ada yang menerima bantuan dari Semaul Foundation, ada juga yang membeli material dan membangun kumbung sendiri. Untuk mengisi kumbung tersebut, dari yang awalnya mendapat subsidi dari Semaul Foundation, kini para petani mulai membeli backlog sendiri. Dan seiring bertambahnya kumbung, kebutuhan backlog pun juga semakin banyak. Kami membeli backlog dari produsen di Sleman dan daerah lain di Jogja, tapi backlog yang kami pesan datangnya lama. Selain kesulitan mendapatkan backlog, penjualan jamur segar yang tidak menentu juga menjadi kendala buat kami. Ini karena petani menjual jamurnya sendiri-sendiri dan ketika ada stok dan ada pembeli, jamur laku dijual. Tapi ketika ada stok namun tidak ada yang beli, jamurnya diberikan ke tetangga, bahkan ada yang sampai busuk lalu akhirnya dibuang. Pernah juga pembeli menginginkan jamur yang lebih banyak, tapi petani di Bleberan tidak dapat memenuhi kebutuhan tersebut, akhirnya pembeli mencari petani jamur segar di daerah yang lain. Dan dari segi kualitas, jamur di Desa Bleberan berani bersaing di pasar. Menurut kami, potensi jamur di Desa Bleberan jika dikelola dengan baik, bisa mengangkat Bleberan menjadi desa sentra jamur di wilayah Gunung Kidul. Kemudian kesulitan-kesulitan ini kami sampaikan kepada tim Semaul Foundation dan pemerintah daerah yang mendampingi program. Lalu setelah diskusi antara Semaul Foundation, petani jamur, pemerintah daerah dan kelurahan, akhirnya disepakati pembangunan pusat budidaya jamur bleberan yang disebut 새마을 Jamur Center. Di sebelah balai desa ada tanah kas desa yang cukup luas sehingga bisa dimanfaatkan untuk pembangunan jamur center. Segala aktivitas terkait budidaya jamur dilakukan di sini. Dari pembuatan backlog, penjualan jamur segar, hingga pembuatan dan penjualan produk olahan. Pemerintah Kalurahan juga setuju menjadikan jamur sebagai produk khas desa. Kami memiliki slogan yaitu jamur sempulur, bleberan makmur. Saya terus mengasah pengetahuan tentang budidaya jamur, baik itu dengan diskusi bersama pendamping 새마을 Foundation maupun bertemu dengan petani-petani jamur di daerah lain seperti di Bantul, Sleman, dan Klaten. Dulu saat bertani palawija, saya harus menunggu 3-4 bulan untuk mendapat keuntungan dan hasil panen. Tapi dengan berbudidaya jamur setiap hari saya bisa panen. Dan keuntungan yang saya peroleh dari budidaya jamur juga lebih besar daripada bertani palawija. Dengan mengelola 5.000 backlog dan masa budidaya 3 bulan, setiap bulan saya mendapat keuntungan kurang lebih Rp1.500.000. Sementara kalau dari hasil palawija, keuntungan saya tiap bulan hanya 300 sampai 500.000 per bulan. Dari sini saya bertekad untuk serius mengembangkan jamur. Sambil menunggu 새마을 Jamur Center berdiri, saya mulai mencoba membuat backlog berdasarkan ilmu yang saya peroleh dari pelatihan dan hasil diskusi. Hasilnya saya pakai untuk mengisi kumbung saya sendiri, lalu jika ada petani yang membutuhkan, saya jual ke mereka. Kepada tetangga pun saya menganjurkan untuk mengajak mereka mulai berbudidaya jamur. Setelah 새마을 Jamur Center berdiri, saya dan 8 orang warga Bleberan dipercaya menjadi pengelolanya. Setiap hari Senin sampai Sabtu kami bekerja di sini, mulai dari mencampur bahan baku, mengemas bahan baku ke dalam wadah plastik, memasukkan backlog ke dalam steamer, kemudian mengisi backlog dengan bibit, menyimpan di ruang inkubasi, pengecekan suhu inkubasi, dan melakukan pengiriman kepada warga Bleberan dan sekitarnya. Backlog dari Jamur Center ini kami jual dengan harga Rp2.200 untuk petani Bleberan, dan di luar petani Bleberan kami jual dengan harga Rp2.500 sampai Rp3.000. Sampai saat ini produksi kami selama seminggu mencapai 7.500 backlog. Dan di tahun 2020, pemerintah daerah istimewa Yogyakarta memberikan hibah berupa 3 kumbung besar yang masing-masing kumbung bisa menampung 16.000 backlog. Dan kami juga ikut merawat kumbung hibah dari pemerintah daerah tersebut. Kini penjualan jamur segar dari para petani diserahkan ke 새마을 Jamur Center. Kami bekerja sama dengan pedagang di Pasar Pelayan. Dan lewat penjualan satu pintu ini, hasil panen para petani bisa laku setiap hari. Kami juga bisa menjaga pasokan jamur di wilayah Gunung Kidul sehingga kami bisa mendapatkan kepercayaan dari pasar. Para petani ada yang tidak langsung mengambil hasil penjualannya tetapi mengumpulkan uangnya seperti menabung. Sistem penjualan satu pintu ini selain menjaga kestabilan pasokan jamur juga menumbuhkan kebiasaan menabung bagi para petani. Kami pengelola 새마을 Jamur Center terus berusaha untuk mengembangkan 새마을 Jamur Center dengan baik. Dan tujuan kami adalah bisa menjalankan 새마을 Jamur Center secara mandiri. Agar ketika program 새마을 Foundation di Bleberan sudah selesai, budidaya jamur ini tetap bisa berkesinambungan. Dari sisi budidaya dan produksi, kami mulai membuat bibit jamur tiram sendiri dan mencoba membuat backlog jamur lain yaitu jamur kuping. Lalu dari pengolahan kami mulai membuat keripik jamur. Uji coba resep agar mendapatkan rasa keripik dan hasil keripik terbaik masih terus kami lakukan. Dan target kami di tahun 2022 bisa menyelesaikan administrasi operasional 새마을 Jamur Center sehingga kami bisa memperluas pasar dan hasil produksi. Tentunya hal ini akan menjadikan 새마을 Jamur Center sebagai usaha desa yang bisa memberikan manfaat untuk masyarakat. Terima kasih sudah mendengarkan penjelasan saya mengenai program budidaya jamur di Bleberan, hasil dari pendampingan program pembangunan desa percontohan Semaul oleh Semaul Foundation di daerah istimewa Yogyakarta. Salam sukses dan maju terus petani jamur Bleberan.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Khalifa from Indonesia. When I was young, I remind myself of having the farming in the green field. I've never thought of this kind of mushroom growing at that time. So I'm very happy and pleased to hear that the Semaul movement has been incorporated in Indonesia with the farming of the mushrooms. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Hyung-cho. Would you like to spend 10 minutes only for the second presentation, please? Good morning, everyone. Starting from 2018 to 2022, up until 3 months ago, I was in Cambodia for 새마을 Foundation office. So my name is Kim Young-chul. Prior to Cambodia, I was in Senegal for 7 years, and then I spent a couple of years in Rwanda. So for over a dozen years of my life, I have spent my time in overseas countries. During that time, I've been thinking what kind of more contribution I can make. So the last leg of my journey was in Cambodia. What I learned as the most important lesson is communications. Communications is really important. You may take it for granted that you have to communicate with other people, but in Cambodia, they have very sad history. And also in our demonstration village, we are accompanied with many people who have experienced all these tragedies in their lives. So it was very difficult to communicate with them and work with them, talk about histories. And if we ever talked about some kind of accidents or tragedies, they had nothing else to do. And also, I talked to the government officials, and they were at a loss as well to communicate with their own people, because the villagers, with all these tragedies, were very hard to communicate with. So I thought that I have to just deal with other things, because how we can elicit the motivation of the people is really important for having these programs of Semaul, because the Semaul campaign that was wished by the villagers, they have to have some kind of governance of the community to gather around. Therefore, I found some of the ways to get them together. So one way is to talk and meet with so many government officials and these community headquarter people. After meeting with them, I found something else that I didn't think before. But because at that time they were just thinking that I was a foreigner only, and in the initial days I couldn't see many of the interests or some of the issues of the people. They were just gathered just because they had to. But I was trying to find something that they can be centered around as a common cause. That's why I met with so many government officials. So we had more than 200 times of the meetings with the government officials. I invited villagers as well. In the meantime, I had intra-village meetings as well, with some kind of projects initiated by the people and also initiated by the government as well. So the projects that were under the auspices of these people were small scale than the ones initiated by the government. But the small projects were easy to get through because it was easy to start and easy to move on. And then the projects that were initiated sponsored by the government have been more powerful to get through as well. So in the meantime, we were doing the both ways. Now we had a 새마을 Day as a very important event. So once a month, they met together under the 새마을 Day, and they just moved on with their activities, and they shared results, and they planned for the month after. As a result of doing all these things, we were able to follow up the monthly projects. And then we decided to have new projects. So more than twice a year, we had the big conference with the government related to the village. And then every month we were coming up with ideas that should be done the month after. So by each project, we had some kind of consensus made. For example, for water, we had the Ministry of Water Management, and we had the things done. And for the waste, we had to work with the Ministry of the Waste, and then we had the garbage collection, and then we also had the clearance of the running water as well. So in the meantime, the villagers were able to know what they have to do to talk with the headquarters. Then we did a lot of the management of the land and the villages. It is a very difficult thing to have Cambodian people to come together in one place because of the history, and also the villages mostly are very much with the old people. But our village was unique and different because we were easy to get together. We were easy to meet in one place, and then it was initiated by the people's intentions. So we kind of was a very different village because we had all these activities coming from these people. And then we also had the projects to be done by the government and local governments, and with our own projects we did ourselves. So we had the collection and cleaning day every one day per month. Then it had been like 2 years we did continuously, so it was known to other people and was spreading the ideas. And then we were awarded as the environmental village by the Ministry of the Environment. And then the word spread to other villages, and other villages around us also had their own meetings once a month so that they have the new ideas and new projects that they do. You've seen the pictures of having the award ceremony, and our governor also sent us the letter of appreciation for having these projects. Next, I told you that the projects initiated by or sponsored by the government is bigger in scale. They're talking about mostly the rice paddy farming and the agriculture machinery projects. They had something like MDPS, National Master Plan for the Development. So under that program, they have come up with their own rules and regulations in the village. So they had new ways of the rice paddy agriculture on their own. So we were able to double the income for the household in the farming areas after the projects all done. We were able to make a lot of money out of the rice paddy and the fruits and many others. So I learned that the ways and method of applying these tools were very important. And also, what is more important than what we think as a project planner is what the villagers think for their own sake. So we have to look into what they really wish. And in Cambodia, I told you that was very difficult in the beginning, and we also had some lack of the facilities and many others. We have to give another thought of what we could do better. I missed one thing in my presentation, that is, in Cambodia, we once had a group that we built to have a project with Korea. So it was a very good idea from the day one that we initiated the group, under which we had a lot of projects that have moved on. So there was another very good lesson learned. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kim. So considering the Cambodian project, you said that it is important to have the intention and willingness of the villagers than what we think. I'm again reminded of the days when I was young. So we had Sema movement. We had young people in the village, but without getting the motivation from these young people, these young nonetheless were very reluctant to communicate or reluctant to work with other people. They were just dragged to work during the busy days. And then if there is nothing to do, they were just doing gambling in the room, spending their times idly. So I learned a very important lesson today. Thank you very much. And I move on. I would like to invite another speaker. It's Kofi Anderson Ernst, and it's very difficult to pronounce, so I'm going to call him Kofi only. He is from the Côte d'Ivoire, Sangoli. He's a youth president. He's connected online as well, please.
En apprenant l'esprit Sémaul à travers Vincent Boudot et la fondation Sémaul, nous avons acquis la confiance que nous aussi pouvons bien vivre avec l'esprit de travail acharné, d'entraide et de coopération. Alors, voyons comment notre village a changé grâce au projet Sémaul. Okay. Nous sommes dans le foyer polyvalent de Sengoli. Ici, c'est le foyer multifonction de Sengoli. Avant l'avènement du Sémaul, ce foyer n'existait pas. C'est l'une des plus gloires de Sengoli grâce à la fondation Sémaul. Ce foyer-là nous permet aujourd'hui de tenir nos réunions, de faire toutes nos activités culturelles. Toutefois que nous avons des réunions au niveau de Sengoli, c'est là que nous nous réunissons pour prendre les grandes décisions au niveau des activités de Sengoli. C'est là également que nous nous réunissons pour faire tout ce qui est grande rencontre au niveau des différents villages qui nous entourent, qui viennent au niveau de Sengoli. C'est là que nous nous réunissons également. C'est là également aussi que nous nous réunissons pour mener à bien toutes les activités que nous voulons développer au niveau de Sengoli. Sachez également qu'autour de ce foyer-là, nous avons toutes sortes d'activités. Nous avons la salle d'alphabétisation, nous avons le bureau de la jeunesse, nous avons le bureau des femmes, nous avons le bureau de la coopérative, nous avons une supérette autour de ce foyer. Donc, avoir ce foyer-là, c'est l'une des plus gloires de Sengoli. Donc, on voudrait, en tout cas, une fois de plus, témoigner toute notre gratitude à la fondation Sémaul qui a bien voulu donner cette œuvre d'une beauté impeccable. Je vous remercie. Aujourd'hui, à Sengoli, nous avons une salle d'alphabétisation qui a été équipée par la fondation Sémaul. Avant, cette salle-là n'existait pas. On avait vraiment des difficultés pour nos parents d'apprendre à lire et à écrire. Aujourd'hui, grâce à cette salle d'alphabétisation, nous avons de grandes personnes. Vous avez trouvé ici des vieilles personnes qui aujourd'hui apprennent à lire et à écrire. Donc, grâce à cela, aujourd'hui, cela leur permet de mener à bien un certain nombre d'activités au niveau du village. Donc, voyez-vous là, cette salle a été équipée par la fondation. Nous avons un tableau, des tables, et tous les soirs, nos mamans et nos papas et nos jeunes qui n'ont pas eu cette chance d'aller à l'école viennent ici pour apprendre à lire et à écrire. Nous voulons encore une fois témoigner toute notre reconnaissance et notre gratitude à la fondation Sémaul. Ok, nous avons maintenant, grâce à la fondation Sémaul, nous avons eu un château d'eau. Avant, nous avons un véritable problème d'eau au niveau de Sengoli. Grâce donc à la fondation, nous avons pu maintenant avoir l'eau qui vraiment coule à flot au niveau du village maintenant. Comme vous constatez, maintenant nous avons l'eau au niveau de Sengoli. L'eau plus source au niveau de Sengoli. Vraiment, nos problèmes d'eau à jamais résolus au niveau de Sengoli. Nous avons maintenant de l'eau potable à Sengoli.
Comment l'eau potable a changé dans votre village? non da ye le man je pa wa e ko bono e ko sa blan o ya ipa me nga o ye o ka yi ko o ipa.
Nous sommes maintenant devant le moulin de Saint-Boli. Ce moulin n'existait pas avant l'arrivée du Sémaoul. Grâce au Sémaoul, nous avons pu avoir ce moulin qui nous permet de faire beaucoup d'activités au niveau du village. Et ça nous permet de décortiquer le maïs, de brailler le manioc, décortiquer le riz. Je suis avec le représentant du moulin, Lucien. Donc, vous allez, monsieur.
J'aimerais dire merci à ce Maol. Vraiment, grâce à ce Maol, nous avons à souvenir à nos besoins. Maintenant, je vais vous présenter une machine. Cette machine est faite pour broyer la machine du manioc. Et cette machine est faite pour broyer du maïs. Et cette machine elle est faite pour broyer du café. Et ces femmes qui sont ici, qui font de l'attiqué. Grâce à manioc que nous broyons, c'est là qu'ils font de l'attiqué. Made in Songoli.
Nous sommes au poulailler de Saint-Goli. Grâce à la fondation, nous avons pu avoir 2 bâtiments que nous utilisons pour faire les poulets. Nous avons ici Konakofi André, responsable du poulailler.
Oui, je viens de Konakofi André. Je viens de bien, je continue. Bon, après, il était, mais avant là, il y a encore mais si il blanc ou bali, on va pas d'engagement quand crier. Il faudrait que ouais, soit qu'il soit yo. Il faut que me dise sous. À quoi on a fait maïs, on va pas y a quoi, y a rien sous l'ike. On va pas, c'est ce que un boîteau. Il y a un âge qui fait. Il y a un moyen de voir un blanc famaï, que famaï, beaucoup moins un moyen, pas ni à suivre yo. Qui sont y dedans. Quand il blanc maïs, c'est mal du manu, on va pas y croire, y a rien qui va faire. Il faut que nous bien quand tu m'as calé que quand on va faire, il y a un de quoi de pas il croit qu'il ou sol qui suit, sol qui il croit qu'il ou c'est mal, j'ai eu beau, j'ai eu quoi. Ici, n'a pas lié, il croit bien beau, il y a quoi. Il croit qu'il soit qui ou c'est bien où qu'il soit, il était quoi, il était là.
La etama blo fa ko se malu akrani ako so adadanyo omani don awensu etako eko yin.
Tous nos remerciements, les remerciements du village à Sémaoul, parce que les infrastructures de notre village se sont améliorées, telles que le foyer que nous voyons. En plus du foyer, nous avons l'agrandissement des routes et des rues du village. Merci à Sémaoul donc.
Je veux commencer. L'installation d'un château d'eau nous permet de cultiver. À tout moment, nous pouvons sortir de la pauvreté maintenant.
Merci Sémaoul. Chanson boucle d'eau, nous t'aimons.
Félicitations.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coffin. And we can see that 새마을 Foundation has made a lot of contributions. Well, as a matter of fact, when I was young, in my village, the average life expectancy was about 40 to 50 years, and my father also passed away at 46. But in the nearby villages, they lived longer. So I asked, what was the reason? And I was told that if a village has a good water source, the people will live longer. And that was when I learned that having a good water supply and a water facility is important for the health. And I think when you look at these chicks, it's a kind of a symbol of the future. And it also shows what the 새마을운동 will do in the Cote d'Ivoire village as it grows. And our last presenter is the 새마을 Foundation Strategic Planning Task Force Team Leader Lee Sang-woo. And he was engaged in the globalization of the 새마을운동, and he will share the past 10 years' achievements and the future 10 years' direction. I'm afraid I can't give you much time. Please keep within 10 minutes. Hello. Just been introduced. I am Lee Sang-woo, the 새마을 Foundation Strategic Planning Task Force Team Leader. I'd like to introduce the Foundation's past 10 years achievements and also the following 10 years plannings and directions. First, at Gyeongsangbuk-do, I'd like to introduce the background of the 새마을 globalization industry. As you all know, in Gyeongsangbuk-do, there is Shindori and the Munjimri, which are the starting points of the 새마을운동. And then this context has been succeeded by Gyeongsangbuk-do and by building the foundation in the 1970s. And when you look at the background, in 2009, we joined the DAC member. And this is a remarkable achievement because in 1969, Korea's per capita GNI was only $210. But in only 40 years, we transformed ourselves into an ODA providing country, a donor country. And in that process, after the World War II, many Western advanced countries provided aid and assistance to developing countries, but this created a kind of doubt about its efficacy and efficiency. So people started to pay attention to the case of Korea, which became a recipient country to a donor country of ODA, and then that created a focus on the 새마을운동 of Korea, and there was an increasing request for transferring the knowledge of 새마을운동. So Gyeongsangbuk-do, as the initiating region of 새마을운동, started its project from 2005, and Gyeongsangbuk-do, after that, established an exclusive team to lead with the globalization, and that was why the 새마을 Foundation was established in 2012. And 20 cities and counties in Gyeongsangbuk-do are part of the foundation to implement the globalization projects. And currently, there are 3 task forces and 9 overseas offices. And to introduce our business, we also have invitational training projects and also pilot or demonstration village projects overseas. Also, we foster 새마을 experts in Korea and dispatch them on a long-term basis for overseas, and we also foster global 새ma을 leaders. And on a short-term basis, for the college students or volunteers or 새마을 members, we send them on short-term overseas dispatch programs for volunteering. And also with international bodies such as AFD and others, we run a 새마을 Research Institute in Vietnam and Kyrgyzstan. And previously in Senegal and Indonesia, we used to run the research institutes. And in Vietnam and Indonesia, where there are many Korean businesses, we also have implemented a factory-based 새마을 movement starting this year. And we're working with KOICA and the Ministry of Interior and Safety in other projects. And among them, we mainly focus on I'd like to focus my presentation on the pilot village projects. We have implemented this project in 67 villages in 16 countries. And currently, we have projects in 32 villages in 9 countries, and 4 countries in Africa, and 5 countries in Asia. And we listened to presentations of Indonesia, Cote d'Ivoire, and others. And the pilot village project is on a 5-year basis. And the core project is to raise the awareness of the villagers, and what is most important for that is to raise the income. So the awareness development or the consciousness transformation and income raising are the 2 priorities. And just as Mr. Kim Young-chul mentioned, we create partnerships among the government and the villagers, and that is our top priority. And as is with the SDG, the sustainability issue is most critical. So local governance is one of our top focuses. So that is what we're working on as we collaborate with the villagers in the overseas villages. We have regular meetings every month, and in the process, we foster the village leadership through training programs. We sometimes invite the village leaders for training sessions, and we also provide financial support and also share our know-how and would dispatch Korean specialists when there is a need. And this is how we implemented integrated package support. And we also make the village leaders work together with the 새마을운동 expert. And previously, we worked on environmental improvement projects, and then we moved on to income raising. And then next, we will expand the project for sustainability. And to focus on this, for the awareness strengthening, we focus on the organization and the individual. In most of the villages, there is a village development committee. But in many cases, they are not run that successfully. So we support the implementation by providing leadership training and also support the manuals of the meetings and also running of the meetings. And also for individual capacity building, we provide lectures on social development, also education on children. And this is very critical for the women to take part in social and economic activities. And we also support the cooperatives to raise the income of the village. And next is on the resident capacity enhancement project. This is a training program that goes on for a couple of days and nights. And we also create a network for local education. And as we have these sessions where we stay together day and night, we provide the educational direction on the future direction of the participants. And for income raising, we operate pilot farms and also provide on-site training and advanced technologies, and also on the harvesting, distribution, and sales that meet the local conditions of each village. And this is when we invited the villagers to Korea and provide education and training. And next is on enhancing the community awareness of the villagers. And for that, implementing the environmental improvement project is very important. So this starts with the village council meeting to conduct surveys and set the prioritization. And then we build a development plan and provide support for the residents and provide materials. And we also provide the professional technical personnel and material. And we also encourage the villagers to take part. And after the construction, the management committee is in charge of the maintenance and repair. And we use the funding of the village to build and operate such facilities. And this is in Ethiopia. This was the residents' long-cherished projects, which is to construct the water supply. This is at a 6 kilometers distance. It was at a far distance, and we conducted meetings with the villagers. And we brought in the water supply by connecting the pipes from this distant location into the village. So now children no longer needed to travel a long distance to obtain water, and the housewives were now enabled to conduct economic activities. And this provided educational opportunities to children and the economic activity opportunities for the housewives. And we also built a road and expanded the roads as an environmental improvement project. And now with a better road system, the bus could enter the village, and it also helped with better distribution and logistics, and also it contributed to the economic growth. And this is also in Ethiopia. This is reforming the kitchen workplace to help improve the health conditions of the housewives, and also built in modern fireplaces and stovepipes so that they can use them for additional income. And in Tanzania, deforestation has been an issue. So to prevent deforestation, we helped planting fruit trees so that it helps forestation and also raise additional income. And also against COVID-19, we provided material supply and also quarantine education. And as for income-raising projects, this is in Cambodia and also in Rwanda. With only 8 years, we expanded the farmland from 3 hectares to 80 hectares. And we also increased the tons of harvest from 6 tons in 2012 to 342 tons in 2021. And in addition to that, Cambodia's rice production increased 10 times from 256 tons in 2018 to 2,767 tons in 2020. And we also provided water supply by changing the V-shaped waterway to a U-shaped concrete waterway. And then in Nigeria in 2006, we started the project. And previously, the production was 2.5 tons per hectare, but this was increased to 6.5 tons per hectare. And as a result, the Nigerian government decided to introduce the Korean type of rice harvesting method into the Nigeria farms nationwide. And then in Sri Lanka, we supported the mushroom raising harvesting project, and we developed a local brand called 새마을국제포럼. And at the Samaragajo province of Sri Lanka, they built a collective harvest center to run the business. And in Laos, we supported a rice drying project. And this was registered as an official project in the government. And villagers from 21 villages participated. And in Rwanda, the rice harvest was a big success, and the women's used their additional products at their houses and brought them out to the stand markets, stand markets to sell them and raised additional income. And in Indonesia, we supported a waste sorting and waste recycling project so that the recycled and upcycled goods are sold, and we also give the money back based on the profits. And previously, it was only implemented in one county, but this is being implemented nationwide. So in Rwanda, within 8 years, the village fund increased about 960 times. And in Cote d'Ivoire, the development fund also increased by about 2 times. And this was used for the maintenance and repair of facilities, or in running kindergartens, or building modern toilet facilities and on. And each nation has its local features, and we try to reflect them in the projects. And in Yogyakarta province of Indonesia, they adopted the Semal model and developed its own rural project. And this is a summary chart. And we also invite the foreign villagers or public officials to Korea for about 1 to 4 weeks so that they can attend the training sessions on Semal movement or on the cultural activities. And we have 3 main courses. One is for the public officials, and next is for the villagers, and also for students. Then in Asia, most of these sessions were conducted online during the COVID-19. And we have trained about 8,000 trainees from 91 countries. And we also send out our Korean youth to overseas countries as a global project. And we have sent about 38 youth leaders to about 600 countries under the Semal project. And we also run Semal research institutes overseas. And in Vietnam, we work with the Ho Chi Minh University of Vietnam. And we developed the Rural Development Center to provide the resident education and to develop a local Vietnam model of Semal Undong. And also, we run a Semal training center in Kyrgyzstan. And as we work with AFD at Togo, at the Hara province, and we run a agricultural value chain development program. And we focus on OP to reinforce the nutrition of the villagers and producers, and also to empower the women among the villagers and the youth. And also with IFAD, we focus on the capacity building projects. And so the OP members are capable of supplying fruits to the retailers. And with KOICA, we're working on cooperative projects in Senegal and Uganda. And as for the future, we have raised achievements of Semal Undong in overseas. But the awareness is not that high in Korea, so we found out the need to strengthen the awareness and spread the consciousness. And so we will build this with the new 1010 project. And now I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Lee Sang-woo, for the presentation. This was a very lengthy presentation, and it was a very detailed. So I think that was why you took some long time, but I couldn't interrupt you. You have evaluated the past 10 years and also looked forward into the following 10 years. You talked about NEW project of Semal Undong. N is now and stands for now for the domestic projects. And I think it wants to motivate domestic activities. And E stands for Excel. And I think we can understand it as excelling in overseas innovation. And based on domestic and overseas activities, I think the ultimate goal is to create a new wind of 새마을 movement under W. And now we'll move on to the discussion session. I'd like to ask the designated discussants to come up to the stage.
예, 지정 토론자 소개를.
Thank you for waiting. Let me now give you our discussants. We have Mr. Kim Min-jung, Ms. Kim Min-jung, the Global Village 새마을 Department of MOIS, Ministry of Interior and Safety, and Professor Kim Yoon-ji of the Graduate School of Public Administration of SNU. And we have Professor Im Kyung-soo, Professor Emeritus of Seonggyeol University. And we have Mr. Hong Sung-hoon, who is connected online. Well, we'll start our discussions. We do have a lot of questions from the audience as well, so I'd like to ask all the discussants to spend less than 5 minutes. Let's start with Ms. Kim Min-jung of MOIS first. Good morning, everyone. As was introduced, my name is Kim Min-jung, Global Village 새마을 Department of MOIS. Very nice to see you. Where I heard the presentations, I would like to now talk about the mushroom growing of Cambodia and also the water project in Côte d'Ivoire. So with the 새마을 movement, I was able to see the growing seeds of our implantation of 새마을 across the world. So I feel very happy and also honored to see those things. 새마을 movement, as you know, has been more favored and welcomed by outside of Korea and not just inside Korea. Jeffrey Jones also said that this kind of activities will be very important for the rest of the world. Also, we had the Cambodian representative who says that this is a nationally important campaign for developing their countries. And recently, we had our 새마을 leaders meeting with the presence of the President of the Republic of Korea. President at the time said that 새마을 movement is a cooperation model that is based on the freedom and the liberalism as well as the important values of our society. And he suggested to have further elaboration of our projects going on. So we are thinking about what we can do in order to further flaring up our activities. With the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, their slogan is to make Korea as the top countries of the ODA. So what they want to do is to have the full-fledged ODA practice in our country for the rest of the world. So we want to have a slogan that says the global hub country. So ODA will be very important means to do that. So we want to make ourselves a pivotal country. So ODA project will be further elaborated and also it will become a signature project for Korea. The first and foremost thing that we can come up with when we talk about this kind of ODA is 새마을 운동. 새마을 운동 will be further strengthened with this administration as well as ODA. In relation with that, we had 2030 Busan Expo bidding that we are doing right now. So in order to get that project, we are having a lot of projects prevalent to other countries. So we have 10 projects related to 새마을운동. So some of the examples of what we are doing is to have the empowerment to the 새마을운동 to the private parties from the leadership by the public sectors in the 1980s. So since 1980s, all the leadership has been enjoyed by the villagers and the village leaders. So since they have been trickled down to the lower level, their power in itself was not so big because they were just distributed. Now it is time for us to reconsider that by having the consolidation of all these powers. So we want to make it something international. So we have a plan to have a grand meeting with the ministers of many other countries related to that. So there will be a ministerial conference sooner or later. So I hope you can keep your interest and support for that. Also, we have seen a lot of activities with the international organizations. So MOIS, Ministry of Interior and Safety, is not an exception because we know that there are many international organizations working on these parts. But we want to be working in conjunction with these international organizations like the KOICA and many others that are coming from Korea. So the World Vision and KOICA, many other organizations can be the co-sponsors of MOIS in the future for our future activities. Any advice from you will be welcomed. And 새마을운동 is now getting into the new era of being reboosted. So I really need your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What was impressive during your comment was, of course, this is run by 새마을 Foundation, but you will continue focusing on cooperation with AFDB and other African international bodies for African projects. I understand that we received a phone call from the public official from the Ministry of Strategy and Finance that is currently at the AFDB. And then he says that as he's there about 5 to 6 years, he understands, of course, the pilot projects are important, but also for the leadership of the government sector and should also change their awareness and mindset because they're still very dependent on the AFDB. And so it would be very effective to work with the AFDB to raise the awareness and change the consciousness of the leadership in the countries. And I'd like to announce that we have one more additional discussant, Mr. Lee Kyung-min from the Côte d'Ivoire office of 새마을운동. Yes, I'll give you a chance after the previous discussants. First, Professor of Seoul National University, Kim Yoon-ji, please go ahead with your comments for 5 minutes.
So first of all, I would like to start by telling you how much of an honor this is to be here at a gathering full of practitioners who are on the ground and doing very exciting work. It's been more than 50 years since the birth of 새마을운동, and it's still giving us lessons, which makes me feel awe for 새마을운동's leaders and also pride as someone who has spent time abroad. I don't know if any of you have traveled to a foreign country and have been made to feel like you are less than just because of the country that you are from. So it fills me with pride to have something with the Korean brand name that is giving us so much lessons. And I think this makes us think about how Koreans are somehow unique. You know, you look at the public transit here, which is something government provided, right? It's a public service. But at the same time, even the private sector, even our local residents sometimes, are very unique in the way they go about things. And I think this is what people talk about when they talk about the Korean miracle. It makes me think, you know, is it something to do with the Koreanness? Is there something unique and odd about being Korean? And if so, this gives me pride, but it's also depressing, right? Because it brings into question, you know, is it possible to have the Cambodian miracle? Is it possible to have the Rwanda miracle? But I think the presentations that we've heard today give us hope, and it shows us that no, 새마을운동 can be transferred to other countries and in other contexts and give us the outcomes that we're looking for. So as I said, we're here among practitioners, and I consider all of you to be the experts. So I just want to share a few of my thoughts from listening to the presentations today. It's been more than 50 years since the birth of 새마을운동, and what are the lessons that withstand the test of time? And specifically, how and in what ways is 새마을운동 useful not only to Korea, not only to developing countries, but at the risk of sounding too dramatic, to human civilization, to our society? And for me, the answer is that it provides a governance model. I think there are tensions that will not and probably should not disappear in human civilization. And I think one of those tensions is the tension between government and its people. And here, tension is not necessarily a bad thing. And 새마을운동 shows us that a balance does exist, that we can achieve this balance of power between government and people. And I'm talking about the community participatory governance model of 새마을운동 in its early stages in the 1970s, where there was high government participation and high citizen participation. Korea experienced a tragedy a few days ago, and before that, the entire world experienced the COVID-19 pandemic. Disasters are happening more frequently, one of those examples being especially natural disasters. And according to a 2021 UN report, extreme weather events or climate disaster has occurred every day, on average, somewhere in the world over the last 50 years, marking a 5-fold increase over that period. So we are living in a time when disasters have become very common. It's something that happens on a daily basis. And this has economic and social costs. And in this, the role of government is becoming larger and more important for the prevention and management of such disasters. What's interesting is that in this process, the risk of government abusing its power also increases. We saw this with the COVID-19 responses, whereby an article in the Journal of Law and Biosciences by Thompson and Ip warned about an impending authoritarian pandemic along with the responses to COVID-19 emergency measures. Ultimately, what's important is the power balance between the government and its people, and this is why a strong structure of real community governments is crucial. This is where I found the Cambodia case so interesting. And in the case, how you mentioned low citizen participation as a challenge. And Korea's 새마을운동 was so unique in its earliest stage because of the high levels of citizen participation. These were not NGOs, these were regular people with other jobs. And given the tragic history of Cambodia, I think there's a lot of similarities with Korea as well, because when we saw 새마을운동 in its earliest stages, that historically overlapped with Korea's authoritarian history. So, thinking about this makes me question, well, how do you wake up citizens? How do you motivate active participation? And I don't know the answer. I think that one of the suggested answers in our presentation was using local bureaucrats who are on the ground and maybe getting them to encourage and start initiate the spark of local participation. There's also a mention of 새마을운동 as a tool for achieving the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And although, the previous version of that, the MDGs, were supposed to have been more for developing countries, and, this newest version of it, SDGs, is supposed to be broader than that. But I think there's still a lot of focus on SDGs being a goal for developing countries. There's still a lot of focus for discussing 새마을운동 for rural countries, for agriculture, and for developing countries. And I would like to urge us to think about how 새마을운동 can be useful to more communities, to economically developed countries, urbanized places, and in an economy where we're living in the world of virtual reality and artificial intelligence. So I know that you are, in the last presentation, we heard about how you're thinking about these questions of the new NEW 새마을운동. So I encourage you to continue to do that. And I would like to end by reiterating the importance of the governance system lesson that 새마을운동 gives us, because I think that's what endures even though society changes. Thank you.
예,
Thank you very much for your wonderful comments.
참여.
Well, she talked about the participation of the community people, and the governance of the people should be the focal point of the 새마을운동. That should be reminded and felt by us when we do our practice. Moving on, I would like to have Professor Lim Kyung-soo of Seonggyeol University. 5 minutes, please.
To the translators, the English, and I have to speak in the 5 minutes, so I can ease it to Korean. 오케이, 우리말로 좀 설명해야 되는데 제가 지금 사실 토론을.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the chance for 5 minutes. I'll be speaking Korean. I actually have prepared my 5-page length of my discussion points. So even if I read it very fast, it will be over 5 minutes. But anyway, I'll start by saying that I am very much giving you my congratulations to the 10th anniversary of 새마을 International Forum and movement. So I am grateful also as well to the activities of the 새마을 International. I'd like to mention some of the things coming from the third session, although I have a lot more to say. That's about the overseas projects. We have a lot of projects going on these activities. We are seeing the positive results out of these overseas activities. I'm sure that we have a lot of people at the backdrop who are working so hard at staff, and they have used a lot of cooperation in order to achieve these performance. So my talk will be about the session 3 as a whole. So I've seen very much of the progress here, especially when it comes to the growing of the mushrooms. It has greatly done a lot to the income increase of the household. Also in Côte d'Ivoire, more than 5 projects have been in place for the betterment of this village of Sangoli. I'm sure that the more demands are coming from the other parts of the world. What we should worry about ourselves is that we do not see the enough activation or reactivation of 새마을운동 inside Korea. We are having the 새마을 movement at the level of the villagers, but they are not so much conspicuous. They are so much disclosed to become the best practices across the country because of some part of the political issues in Korea. Let me add one more thing here. I am also have been working as the head of the 새마을운동 Research Center when I was in the position up until recently. To say the extreme, I would say that the 새마을 Foundation supports some of the countries and villages. There can be a lot of overlaps here. Villages are not normally overlapped, but countries are overlapped. For example, we have more than 40 countries that are covered by the research centers, and 9 countries covered by the foundation, and many others. For example, Kyrgyzstan and many other countries. When I visited there, they had so many different and sporadic activities of 새마을운동 under the same name. They had different organizations, different activities. People were confused. The other thing I saw is that they were eager to get the funding from the foundation, and maybe there were so much for the money and so much money involved in this. So what I would like to give you as my advice today is that we have taken some time after the new administration is in place, and this new administration speaks highly of the 새마을운동, and they are trying to have some kind of new programs to make 새마을운동 more international. And if they want to really do that, they have to contact only a couple of countries only, even though the number of villages can be increasing. That will be more effective in terms of the budget and expenditure. So that's for the efficiency of the programs. Côte d'Ivoire youth leader was connected online only. He's not here in this room, right? Yes. I visited Côte d'Ivoire many times. What I felt at that time is that I've seen a lot of progress in the country, especially the running water was very splendid as a part of their projects. Drinking water is essential for our survival, and making good water is good, but maintaining such good water is excellent, is more important. So I'm sure that they have also been maintained. I saw the mill there, and they have a lot of projects. For example, the cassava and coffee and so on. So if you see the procedures of doing at the mill, I saw that they were working sitting down on the floor. And that is something to be improved. They should have some table to work on. So I already spent my 5 minutes. Thank you. That's it.
You've made many comments. You talked about the pilot village construction and that it should be completed. And next, Director of Indonesia 새마을 Foundation, Hong Sung-hoon, will join us online. Hello, everybody. I'm from the Indonesia office of 새마을 Foundation. My name is Hong Sung-hoon. The 새ma을 Foundation provided this session to listen to overseas presentations. And as a practitioner overseas in Indonesia, well, of course, we have Ms. Filipa, who has presented on the oyster mushroom farming. So I'd like to make some additional comments. In the case of Indonesia, in 2015, the 새마을 Foundation opened a local business to run the projects. And we've listened to the major issues, including governance. And in our projects process, with the central government, the local government, that is the county government, and the villagers, we have collaborated and held discussions to implement the projects. Of course, there are difficulties. For example, as a matter of fact, the overseas 새마을 projects have different plannings and applications considering the local differences. At the same time, it's important to keep with the spirit of 새마을 Undong. And that is quite challenging. And in Indonesia, we have multiple projects, and there are differences in each local settings. And we have to meet such local features to develop a localized governance model to establish the project models and implement them. And of course, we went through failure cases as well. And we're trying to learn from such failures. And especially I like to focus on the income-raising projects among different projects. Just as the discussant has mentioned, as we transferred from the MDGs to SDGs, we are seeing additional discourses. But on the underlying initiative that fits with the 새마을 spirit is income raising, which is to eradicate poverty. I think that is the bottom line. The villagers are working in multiple ways to raise the income. And just like the Bilavera village, where the mushroom is being harvested on an individual level as well as on a village level, and there are other types of different projects. And I'm not here as a presenter to give the presentations on all these projects, but if you have any question to Ms. Filipa, I will do my best to translate into Indonesian so that I can deliver her reply. Understand I don't have time limit. I have time limits, so I'll conclude my discussion. And I'm sure you have another chance to make a comment. And our last discussant, we have Lee Kyung-min, the Côte d'Ivoire director of 새마을 Foundation, who is joining us online.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Lee Kyung-min from Côte d'Ivoire. As you all know very well, African countries are agriculture countries mostly. out of them, the agriculture takes the very big portion for the national economy. And many people are living in the rural areas, and they belong to the lowest echelon of the development. They are the poorest country level. Many of the challenges and problems related to the agriculture are common in many countries in Africa. That is about the production, processing, and marketing. So they do not have the ecology of agriculture industry or business. Even if they do, the link is very weak and fragile to the rest of the world. Therefore, the international organizations or NGOs are working very hard in order to tackle these problems. And I overheard from many of the important people in Côte d'Ivoire that many missions have been done in Côte d'Ivoire as well so far in the history, but most of them were not so effective. One of the reasons for this lack of performance of the projects is because of the very low awareness of the village people. He also said that the awareness increase and education and training of 새마을운동 would be very important and meaningful to Côte d'Ivoire. So he suggested to have some kind of cooperative projects with us. So considering his suggestions, we wanted to have the project working together between Korea and Côte d'Ivoire. So we are now working with many of the village people working in the agriculture for projects internationally done between Korea and Côte d'Ivoire. I've spent my time like 1.5 years in Côte d'Ivoire doing these projects, and I am reminded of my experiences as well as challenges that I've felt so far. So let me now explain some of my ideas. With the experts of 새마을운동, we have manuals to work on that are prepared by them. So by providing manuals to our villagers in Côte d'Ivoire, much progress has been made. But there's a limitation of the system in Côte d'Ivoire. For example, water system is quite weak. Productivity, therefore, is also quite limited. Another thing that should be done correctly, very imminently, is the transportation. So we had a lot of difficulties of getting things moved. Therefore, that will take a lot of cost and expenditure for transportation. Marketing is very difficult with high expense of transportation and changing prices of transportation compared to other countries. We want to correct this issue with the projects with the government of Korea and the private parties. So it is very important to talk to these transportation-related companies and the government. Another unique project that we have as a demonstration village of 새마을운동, it is also important to have the separate module for the marketing and processing of the produce. So we should have the capacity building and capacity increase for the people involved in the producing and marketing their crops. So we should increase the potential of these people working on. So we want to have a project on this on our own as well. Thank you very much.
Côte d'Ivoire.
From Côte d'Ivoire, you explained the customized, globalized 새마을 project. And I think that could be a lesson for all of us. And now I'd like to open the floor for the audience. Please keep it in 1 minute. I am Cha Seung-hee. And thank you for yesterday's discussion and today's discussion as well. Yesterday and today, what we mainly talked about was what kind of projects we implemented. and it was mainly the introduction of the items. I think that's not what we should do. I think it is something that should be discovered and decided by the villagers and residents. And I think 새마을운동 is something that motivates them to do that. We're not going there to play the role of the farmers. I think that selection should also be made by the villagers. And this sometimes could be a success and a failure. Providing a kind of an ODA project is not 새마을운동. It's the same as giving money only and making them wait for the money. And some talked about why are there only 9 villages? Why are there only 20 villages? Why don't we receive more support? I do not think that fits the 새마을운동 spirit. We did provide much financial funding, but the development of the project and the motivation is what the villagers and the residents should do by themselves. Motivation is key. I think trying to make 새마을운동 ODA project is not appropriate. Well, we listened to Ms. Kim Min-jung's comment. After 1980s, the 새마을운동 was transferred from the government to the private sector. Next year and on, we will have another change. We hope to have another change. Instead of a bottom-up, where only the government participates, and you mentioned that there will be changes. I don't know whether you could give an answer to this, but after the 1980s, the so-called, what was the reason why the 새마을운동 became a community-driven project? Because originally, 새마을운동 is not community-driven. The promotion strategy, without the initiative setting and the promotion of the government, 새마을운동 is impossible. But the Korean government abolished all of that and tried to emphasize that it should be the village and residents-led. So I want to know how it will change, because it needs to change. Well, I apologize, I can't give you more time. Let's receive another comment from another participant.
Be brief, please, so that other people can have also chances to talk. Good morning. My name is Kwon Min-jung from the International 새마을운동 Campaign Organization. While listening to all, I felt that there needs to be better and closer relationship between the 새마을운동 organization and the villages. So far, the villagers were motivating themselves as their leaders of 새마을운동. And then in other countries, we thought that the model of the 새마을운동 should be something that should start in their countries. And next year, we're going to also have the invitation of these people related to these countries into Korea to have a new project, and that is very important. So Cambodian case reminds me of the importance of the governance, which is lacking at the moment in those countries now. As mentioned, in each of the countries, they all have 새마을운동. They call it 새마을운동, so they are under the same cause of the 새마을운동. Government officials and the villagers should be working together in order to achieve the goals. And the procedures themselves should be done by the 새마을 Foundation in between the starting and the ending of the projects. And that will be fostering the better performance. You spent your 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, it was a comment from the 새마을 Center, 새마을운동 Center. Do you have any other comment?
아니 마이크 드리겠습니다. 한 1분 안에 해주시면.
Please keep it within 1 minute. I'm from the Seoul National University Graduate School of Public Administration. I'm in the doctor's course. I have a question. When we think of other international agencies or ODA agencies, there are many rural development projects. So, compared with these other agencies or other countries' ODA projects, what would be the biggest differentiation point of the 새마을운동 project? What would be the biggest uniqueness and feature? Thank you for the very good question. And do you have any other comment or question? We will have somebody answering your question.
예. 아니 드릴게요. 걱정하지 마십시오. 이거
Don't worry. We will have an answer. Yes, don't worry. You don't have to worry about who will answer the questions.
한 분 정도 더 해볼까요? 아직 시간이 있습니다. 예.
Can we entertain one more person? We do have time. Yes, please. Good morning. I am Park Hyun-seok from 새마을 Foundation. While working as a staff in the foundation, what I feel as necessary is to have the common performance index. So based on the index, we can have more systematic pursuance of the programs down the road. As I know, several years ago, the 새마을 Performance Index was in progress, was in construction, but it stopped somewhere and sometime. So does anybody know about this, the government official or the 새마을운동 headquarters? Is there anything that is going on for the index making? And if that stopped, what is the reason behind? Thank you.
플로어에서 지적 먹어서.
Yes, I've been pointed out that we don't have enough time, so we'll move on to the answers. Well, I think there are many questions to Ms. Kim Min-jung from the NOIS, so could you please give a brief answer to the two questions? Yes, to Professor Cha Seung-hee's comments. During the 1970s, the 새마을운동 was led by the government. But we can't entirely say that it became entirely the private sector led from the 1980s. There were certain changes of ownerships and the collaboration between the government and the private sector continued, even though the ownership did shift to the private sector. And in the globalization projects, the basic unit were villages, just as been mentioned previously. In each village, of course, the achievement, the success could be very big, and the villagers and the residents were very interested and enthusiastic about the project. But of course, we must acknowledge that there were limitations of replicating them in other parts. So we have to think of the efficiency and effectiveness of replicating them in other parts of the region. So that is something we're discussing with the government. So that's why we're planning ministerial meetings to induce more interest from the government so that we can strengthen our relationship with the government as well as international bodies. And about the indices for 2016, at around that time, the 새마을 ODA, together with KOICA and the Ministry of Interior and Safety, and also the Rural Advancement Agency and others, it was all integrated under the name of 새마을 ODA. And that was why we discussed to develop a so-called 새마을 Index. But since 새마을운동 usually reflects a very long-term achievement and there are differences among different nations, so it wasn't easy to create a unified index. And we did do an outsourcing for the research for about 1 year. But unfortunately, we didn't come up with the developed index. But we realized that we shouldn't just focus on the quantity, but also try to make it more successful and have a better quality. We will continue to discuss the evaluation of the achievements with relevant bodies. And just to add one more thing, and there was a question on the difference of 새마을운동 with other ODA projects of other agencies and countries. Of course, I think there are many contents that are different. Community-based, well, there are similarities such as community-based and the resident-led and others, but I think it's about the portion and how effective do the residents actually have the leadership. And I think we should continue to reinforce these features. Well, for the last question, I intended to ask somebody else to give the reply, but now that you already gave the answer, well, I think we should now conclude, but just bear with me for 1 minute to make a concluding remark. In the history of Korea, I think there are two grand achievements. The first is Hangul, the Korean character, and I think the second one is the 새마을운동. when the Hangul was first invented, there were difficulties in providing them and introducing them in the general public. And I think the same is true for Semarundong. We shouldn't just withstand and be patient. We have to be active and use a collective intellectual. And just as Professor Kim Min-ju mentioned, and since we do agree that this will contribute to civilization, we have to try to strengthen its impact and overcome any challenges. The type of discussions and talks like today, as it is repeated, I think it will, in the long run, create a so-called group intellect. And so, for all of you who have contributed your ideas and comments here today, for everybody on the floor and also on the podium, I'd like to thank all of you. And with that, I'd like to conclude the session.
새마을 운동은 마을을 새로이 일궈 가난을 딛고 일어서고자 했던 우리들의 강한 마음에서 비롯되어 잠든 가능성을 깨워 굶주림 없는 세상을 만드는 지구촌의 강한 힘이 되었습니다. 온 누리, 너른 대지에 씨앗을 뿌리고 희망을 싹 틔워 당신과 함께 새로운 미래를 여는 우리는 경상북도 새마을 재단입니다. 사람들은 말합니다. 세계 최빈국에서 세계 경제대국으로 변모한 한국의 중심에 새마을 운동이 있었다고. 이런 새마을 운동의 원동력은 무엇이었을까요? 1970년 모두 함께 하나 되어 잘 사는 나라를 만들자는 굳은 의지는 결의의 목소리가 되어 대한민국에 울려 퍼지기 시작했습니다. 세계는 이러한 새마을 운동이 지닌 가치를 발견하였고 그 희망의 토대를 함께 나누기를 바랬습니다. 그리고 마침내 새마을 운동의 성공 경험을 공유해달라는 국제사회의 요청과 인류 공동 번영을 향한 우리의 마음이 한데 모여 2012년 경상북도 새마을 재단이 설립되었습니다. 우리는 개발도상국의 발전과 빈곤 퇴치에 기여한다는 분명한 소명의식을 가지고 개발도상국이 스스로 가난을 극복하여 일어설 수 있도록 지원하고 있습니다. 유엔과 OECD를 비롯 다수의 국제기구로부터 개발도상국을 위한 가장 효과적인 발전 모델로 인정받은 새마을 운동. 새마을 재단은 우리의 새마을 운동 성공 경험과 노하우를 지역사회 개발이 필요한 개발도상국들과 나누며 함께 잘 사는 지구촌을 향해 나아갑니다. 오늘을 걱정하는 나라에서 내일을 그리는 나라로 새마을 재단은 희망을 품고 미래를 그리는 마을을 만들어갑니다. 새로운 마을을 일군다는 것은 금전적인 지원이 다가 아니기에 우리는 현재 글로벌 청년 새마을 지도자들을 파견하여 마을 지도자, 주민, 공무원들과의 협력을 통해 신뢰를 쌓고 주인의식과 자립심을 일깨우며 희망의 터전을 만들고 있습니다.
How to develop this can-do attitude, that is very important because everything starts from a can-do attitude. If you put that in your mindset and we change the mindsets of the people, they can break any barriers, they can achieve many higher goals. And as a government, as the representative of the government, we truly appreciate the impact that Samuel Ndong had in Senegal.
I think what you have done greatly in your country is to change mentality. This is the reason why we also want to work with you to do the same thing in the developing countries. But to me, this is the greatest asset that you have.
Là cán bộ phụ trách dự án tại Việt Nam thì ban đầu chúng tôi rất là băn khoăn về sự thành công của dự án. Tuy nhiên trong quá trình thực hiện được tham gia tập huấn tại Hàn Quốc cũng như tại Việt Nam và sự đồng hành của các bạn tình nguyện viên đến từ Hàn Quốc thì chúng tôi đã có thêm niềm tin về sự thành công của dự án cũng như là vào quỹ. Đấy, hiện tại chúng tôi đang nỗ lực không ngừng.
우리는 각 마을의 특성에 맞는 맞춤형 지원으로 현지 주민들의 소득을 향상시키는 등 실질적인 변화와 가시적인 성과를 이루고 있습니다. 또한 주민들을 대상으로 의식 개선 교육, 보건위생 교육 등을 시행하여 새마을 시범마을의 생활 환경 개선에도 힘쓰고 있습니다.
මේ බිම්මල් විකුණුම් ආදායමෙන් නිවසලුත්තඩියා කරගෙන දරුවන්ගේ පාසල් කටයුතු සිදු කරනවා. බිම්මල් වලින් ලැබෙන ආදායමෙන් කොටසක් බැංකුවේ තැන්පත් කර මගේ පවුලේ අයට උදව් කිරීමට හැකියවීම ගැන මම සතුටු වෙනවා.
새마을 재단은 우리의 도움이 필요한 세계 곳곳에서 오늘의 환경을 바꾸어 내일의 희망을 꽃피워 나갑니다. 이제 대한민국은 우리 함께를 넘어 모두 함께의 힘을 세계와 나누어 갑니다. 변화를 이끄는 변함없는 가치. 우리의 영향력은 무엇일까요?
작지만 이런 큰 변화를 이끌어내는 것이 우리 역할이라고 생각을 합니다. 화장실을 만들고 또 아이들이 공부할 수 있는 교실을 만들고 또 좁은 도로를 넓히는 것처럼 이런 기본적인 것들이 우리 마을을 변화시키고 있습니다. 이런 작은 변화를 통해서 주민들이 자신감을 얻게 하는 것이 우리의 가장 큰 목표입니다.
새마을 해외 봉사단은 마을 주민의 곁에서 새마을 운동의 정신을 전파하고 있으며 글로벌 청년 새마을 지도자들은 현지 마을 지도자들과 함께 농촌 발전을 이끌며 국제개발 협력 전문가로 거듭나고 있습니다. 새마을 운동은 또한 멈춰있지 않습니다. 새마을 재단은 현지 대학과 연계한 새마을 연구소와 연수센터를 운영하고 있으며 매년 새마을국제포럼을 개최하여 새마을 세계화 사업의 성과를 공유하고 발전 및 확산 방안을 모색하고 있습니다.
새마을 운동은 어떻게 하면 우리 사회의 모든 구성원들이 아무도 소외되지 않고 산업화 세대에 같이 맞춰갈 수 있느냐, 이러한 그 포부를 가지고 시작을 했습니다. 4차 산업혁명 시대에도 전 세계로 이러한 운동이 퍼져나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
우리는 국제기구와의 다양한 협력 사업을 통해 새마을 운동의 글로벌 브랜드 가치를 높이며 유엔의 지속 가능 개발 목표 달성에 기여하고자 노력할 것입니다. 새마을 운동은 시민들의 자발적인 참여와 우수한 지도자의 헌신적 봉사, 정부의 적극적 지원이 어우러진 한국형 지역사회 개발 모델로서 인류 공동 번영의 정신이 담겨 있습니다. 이러한 새마을 운동의 가치를 잇는 새마을 재단의 영향력은 더 많은 세계 마을로 퍼져나가 풍요로운 변화의 바람을 일으켜 갈 것입니다.
경상북도는 대한민국을 잘 살게 만든 근본이 되는 새마을 운동의 발상지입니다. 지난 50년 전에 세계에서 가장 가난한 나라를 잘 살게 만든 그 운동이 바로 새마을 운동인데, 이 운동을 우리보다 더 어려운 나라에 전파하고자 노력하고 있습니다. 그래서 이것을 새마을 운동 세계화라 이야기합니다. 아시아, 아프리카 가난한 나라에서는 새마을 운동의 성과에 대해서 많이 이야기를 하면서 자기 나라의 홍보, 또 자기 나라에 와서 운동을 해달라고 요청을 했습니다. 그래서 우리 경상북도만이 이 일을 계속하고 있습니다. 그래서 자랑스러운 새마을 운동이 세계의 빈곤 퇴치와 가난을 물리치고 또 유엔에서 인정하는 그런 운동으로 계속 확산되도록 노력하겠습니다.
과거 가난했던 시절을 딛고 대한민국이 일어설 수 있었던 원동력은 이제 세계로 뻗어나가 개발도상국들이 도약할 수 있는 희망의 원동력이 되었습니다. 작은 도움의 손길이 한숨을 희망으로 바꿀 수 있다는 걸 알기에 다 함께 잘 사는 지구촌을 향해 새마을 재단이 전 세계 곳곳의 이웃들과 함께합니다.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I hope you all enjoyed lunch. And I'm worried that you might feel slightly sleepy.
Session. Most of economists say that now the world has entered a completely new phase. Hyperinflation, as you know well, soaring borrowing costs, war, unprecedented damages of climate change, etc., etc. There are so many problems we face now. Thus, United Nations, World Bank, and other institutions predict that more than about 1.7 billion people remain in a fragile situation and would face water, food shortages around the world. 60% of nations of the globe remain now very low income. And that year 2020, as I say to you, will be the first year marking the reverse of the trend of poverty reduction, which have been increasing for the last 3 decades. Against warnings of scientists, sensible experts, the world has moved very slowly to cope with the aggravating climate crisis. It may be from shortages of political will, or financial resources, or lack of sufficient knowledge. In general, agriculture as an industry accounts for about 25 to 30% of global emission. Experts have studied it to reduce emissions and pollutions from agriculture, but the actual implementation on a universal scale is still far away. Anyway, soaring prices and borrowing costs and contraction of world trade make poor countries poorer, even poorer, and their people the first victim. If we look at the situation in the context of water, food, energy nexus, the global warming causes droughts and flood. We remember that last year the drought and damages were so severe, unprecedented, historically unprecedented across the continent. Shortages of water caused by warming temperature makes food supplies decreasing. Also, rising energy costs make food and water availability very scarce. Worse for remote and poorly developed villages. Now, this situation drives us to think about how all this affects the 새마을 movement. How small, powerless, local, remote villages and their administration could overcome these challenges. How governments and localities could mobilize adequate investments, particularly for necessary infrastructure for responding to climate change. In this time of financial difficulties, I would like to introduce Professor Park Tae-gyun, former Dean of International Developing Studies School of this Seoul National University, and also Dr. Kim Sung-woo, expert at Kim En-jang Climate Response Center, and also Dr. Lee, agricultural experts who has been working on actual implementation on 새마을 villages while she was in Koika. So this session, I think, would be a little bit characteristically distinguished from others, that we would like to examine the big change, frame change, and maybe Professor Park would like to tell us how much the world is changing. It's a scheme and paradigm, what he calls grand transition, transition or transformation. We would like to hear him from first, and then we go for agriculture direction and climate change impact, and what 새마을 movement must have as its new strategy. Thank you very much. I would like to invite first Professor Park.
Okay, thank you very much. It is my great pleasure and honor to have a chance to give a presentation here. I'm preparing my presentation in Korean, so probably we have translation, so I will going to have my presentation in Korean. 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. Just as been introduced, I am Park Tae-gyun from the Graduate School of International Studies at Seoul National University. GSIS가 약자죠.
한국 관세청에서
As a matter of fact, from the Customs Office of Korea had invited me, and I gave a lecture this morning. The main theme was about ODA and also the donor and the recipient country's relationship and the possible conflicts that could arise between the two. Particularly when we look at the modern Korean society, as Korea was a recipient of ODA from the US, and as we developed, we did realize that foreign ODA is critical for a country's development. But in that process, there are some inevitable issues between the recipient and the donor country. And we discussed this conflict and how Korea should resolve this issue. That was the theme of my lecture in the morning. And I think my presentation right now might be quite relevant as I go back on the historical background of this issue. When you look at the changes of today, I think it's very important to interpret them and interpret the meaning of them. 2 years ago, as in the post-COVID-19 era, I remember making a presentation on the grand transition. Normally, what we used to think was that when there's a grand transition, it will first go toward a direction of restructuring. That was our prediction. There was the existing structure of the world, and that will undergo a new wave of restructuring according to our previous assumption. And that was also what I shared in my previous assumption. And especially for developing countries, the greatest impact would be about the change in the international order and the changes in the social relations. When we think of the changes in the international order, issues like economic security or food security will also have a most significant impact. And that was the underlying assumption that we had in the past. And also about the transition of social relations. This did occur long before the COVID-19, but when we think of developing countries and for countries like Korea, it could occur in different ways. But first, the birth rate would go down and the population would be aging in the societies, which would be the main features. The fall of birth rates was expected to accelerate during the pandemic, according to our previous assumptions. And the first direction was toward restructuring, and the second direction would be the so-called acceleration of the pre-existing changes that existed even before the COVID-19 pandemic. So the most critical issue that occurred was the deepening of inequality and social disparity. Already starting from mid-2000s and in the 2010s, about 99% of the demonstrations were about such inequality throughout the world. And this was deepened by the inflation or economic growth disparities and income disparity during the pandemic, according to additional assumptions. And the second aspect is, just as our moderator mentioned, there's a challenge of climate change. With the advent of fourth industrial revolution and the digitalization, climate change will continue to rise as an important challenge. The digital green revolution and the fourth industrial revolution already went on even well before the pandemic. But with the pandemic, we feel a greater need for that to accelerate, and this will highly likely to change the industrial structure of the world. And this is the most strong and fundamental predictions of the future. So then how will it impact the economy and the local society of developing countries? And I'd like to cite some content from the Glasgow Climate Pact in 2021. For developing countries, in order to adapt to climate change, the size of the Climate Change Adaptation Fund, which was 20 billion in 2019, was decided to be doubled by 2025. And also it was agreed to strengthen the support for the Santiago network, which provides technical support. And this involves the intellectual property issue, and this constrained technical support. But technical support related to climate change was recognized as something more critical, and more than 10 countries agreed to stop deforestation by 2030 and also agreed to reduce its methane emissions by 30% compared to 2020. And the COP27 will be held in Egypt in 2022, and it will review and strengthen the NDC targets of the countries by 2030. And 153 nations have already renewed their NDC goals, and Korea as well announced to meet carbon neutrality by 2050 as its NDC. Whether it will be feasible or not, we will have to wait and see. But we are now understanding the critical aspect of climate change and climate crisis. And this tells us that all nations are sharing the sense of urgency and crisis of the climate change. And in the draft of the agreement, the countries agreed on the phase out of coal power generation. But there was a protest by certain countries, especially India, so that this phrase was revised to a phase down from a phase out. So when we consider these facts and also think of countries like India or South Asian countries, we should consider the issues that arise as they respond to climate change. I think each nation has its differences in its stance and its strategies. For example, in India, wind or solar hybrid or green hydrogen will be their priorities. And Sri Lanka said that they will focus on small solar projects and also totally ban chemical fertilizers and use only organic fertilizers. And in the case of Indonesia, they decided to further develop geothermal power generation, and South African countries decided to decarbonize electricity. And another important aspect we're seeing is with the change of international order, we're seeing a restructuring and also the diversification of the global supply chain. In the early stage of the pandemic, we have recently heard about the so-called reshoring agenda. The companies that had their factories overseas are now starting to bring back their manufacturing sites during the pandemic because it became difficult to travel overseas and to work overseas. And recently, with the soar of commodity prices, we see the discussions of restructuring and diversifying the global supply chain as we see the rises in the commodity prices. I think this will also have impact in many aspects to developing countries. However, on the other hand, when we think of the pandemic and its impact on the developing nations, I believe it has both bright sides and dark sides. First of all, to look at the positive aspect first, for developed and developing countries, the level of impact will not only be different, but also there will be a difference between the city and the rural areas, considering the impact of the pandemic. And I think it's very critical to catch where they differ. And secondly, when we think of the challenge of food security, rural villages may have a new opportunity. At the GSIS of SNU, we are currently making 3 new attempts. The first is We had originally 4 majoring courses, and we added 1 more course on international development. And in this major, we have invited Professor Kim Tae-gyun of sociology and a professor of economic studies to lead this major. And also, secondly, we attempted to connect this and relate this to the environmental studies. So together with the Graduate School of Environmental Studies, we are working on developing a new curriculum. And the third attempt that we're making at GSIS is, I think this is most critical for international development, that is agriculture and nutrition. So from this aspect, there's at the Pyeongchang site of SNU, where the international agricultural technological colleges were conducting collaboration. And together with the Food and Nutrition Science Department of SNU, we're also conducting collaboration. The core curriculum and issues of GSIS is actually undergoing change. And I think this very well reflects the change that the world itself is undergoing in the pandemic. In the past, international relations and international politics was mainly about global trade or diplomatic relations. So its focus was on politics and economy and security agenda. But now the agenda of security is not limited to the traditional diplomacy or security such as military or political economic security. And adding on to that, we're now seeing the emergence of food and nutrition security, and also to mention the environmental security. And so in order to have a comprehensive understanding of international studies, we cannot exclude the issue of development. And so as I head the GSIS, I'm continuing to spearhead this curriculum development. So from this aspect, we're seeing a rapid soar of wheat prices, and also we're seeing the decline of livestock industries in advanced countries. And this has to do with carbon neutrality, because it caused discussions on the sustainability of livestock industry. And also we see the rise of new jobs and new jobs of collaboration. In 2021, as we discussed the post-COVID-19 pandemic, one of our priorities that we discussed was the issue of care, which is especially quite critical in the Korean society. The issue of care, it's not just limited to taking care for our children, but as we see an aged society, we also have to think about how we will take care of the elderly and also the physically disadvantaged or disabled. And so because this is creating a lot of issues, especially with the health insurance sector of each country. And we should consider the so-called care farms or care villages of the local communities. And this could create a new source of jobs for the local communities. And we are already seeing such discussion beginning. Of course, each country could have different situations. But the impact of the pandemic, from one aspect, it could be a crisis, but on the from a different aspect, it will bring new opportunities. And I think the following two presenters will focus on these two possibilities. Of course, the negative aspects will not go away. There's the issue of supply chain, and this will raise commodity prices. And secondly, if the economy slows down, this will also impact the amount of ODA, especially the actual volume and size of investment. So how should we meet and cope with such negative aspects and to strengthen the positive aspects? So let's take a look at Korea. The issue is about carbon neutrality and the livestock industry. How should we deal with the carbon emission from the livestock industry? Recently, in Korea, we have been discussing the academic and business and governmental collaboration. And I think that this isn't limited to a country like Korea alone. It is something that is relevant to developing countries as well. And I also thought of what kind of lessons we could learn. As we conducted the 새ma을운동 in Korea in the past, I think 새ma을운동 I think Korea underwent two waves of a grand transition. I think the first wave took place in late 1960s during the economic crisis and the first oil shock. Back then, Korea decided to begin the 새마을운동. And in the 1960s, the Park Chung-hee administration had plans for rural development, which failed. But the 새마을운동 of the 1960s became a great success compared to the previous plannings. And I think this is a grand transition with the economic crisis and the first wave of economic restructuring of the world. And I think this transitional strategy to focus on local development was very successful and appropriate at that time. But the problem is with the second transition that took place during the second oil shock in 1980s. Throughout the world, the economic impact was very significant. And this was entirely different from the pre-1970s because we see a restructuring of the economy. And the biggest challenge was the soaring inflation and also the export liberalization of agricultural goods into Korea. And there were even talks that argued that Korea should stop rice cultivation because the impact was so significant. Back then, I don't think that we entirely failed in responding because we had economic stabilization projects on the one hand, which successfully controlled inflation. But how successful was 새마을운동 in restructuring the industrial structure? And I think we must admit some negative elements in that, because the transition that we should have made at that time, of course, I am not capable of defining it, but I think we normally failed in transition. Most of the 60s and 70s industry remained unchanged. So when we look at the 1980 studies, even though we were successful in 1970s, as we moved on to early 1980s, we don't see the projects viewed that positively, despite its success. So in conclusion, when we think of the grand transition and its direction, it's very critical to fit the local feature and to shift to the direction that is befitting. The 새마을운동 in 1970s pursued the diversification of agriculture, but with the export liberalization and import liberalization of agricultural goods, this created a big challenge. So likewise, today, we should consider the economic crisis of the world and consider industrial diversification. Possibilities would be the renewable energy and diversification of the farming and the livestock industry. And I think we should consider the increase of industrial subsidies, but also the possibility that ODA will decline. And in these areas, in late 1970s and early 1980s experience, I believe the issue of governance is most critical. Expanding incentive and government-led policies would not be as effective as the private sector-led, because when problem issues, the issue of compensation should go hand in hand. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park. I think we had a very broad and big eyes on what's going on in the world, and then he came directly through into the lesson, which also Korea has suffered in the late 70s and early 80s. Maybe not many people remember what happened to Korea at the time. Korea had got through 2 big oil shocks, and then country almost have been default. Because of the political event, people don't remember, but Korea's economy was on the great shock. So many things achieved during 60s and 70s were underestimated, and then even successor of President Park at the time didn't want to really appreciate what was achieved during the past 2 decades. So many things have started to change. Now, Professor Park lead us to think about the comparison between that time and then this moment, and then what would be the smart way to think about how to handle the 새마을 strategy for developing poor villages. Now I would like to invite Dr. Lee, agricultural expert and at the same time officer on 새마을 for Koika project, which is, she is now working on the nutrition and new agriculture, impact of climate change. As Professor Park said, she's now joined the new spectrum of international development on this aspect. So I think she would like to give us new direction, new agriculture adaptable to climate change, and then bring about best results for 새마을. Please, Dr. Lee.
마이크 벗고 진행하겠습니다. 방금 소개받은
Let me take my mask off. As was introduced, my name is Hyojung Lee. Along with Dr. Kim Young-mok, we have been working together at the Rural Development. I'm now working at the Seoul National University as visiting research fellow. So as mentioned, I am working as the ODA evaluator and the planner. Earlier, before my presentation, Professor Park Tae-gyun gave us macroeconomic history of our situation and the vision of 새마을 Undong for the future. Let me guide your attention to more local stuff here. What is happening at the front? So because we are talking about the 새마을 Undong, that is about the villages where people are actually living. The village is part of the community as well. So in the developing countries, climate change must have given impact to the 새마을 Undong and the villages. How can we cope with these reactions and counteractions to the climate change? I'll be talking about actual cases of the past and the present and what kind of evaluation we can make. Also, let me talk about the future activities and projects that we are planning from next year. First of all, my presentation is divided into these parts. Before talking about the main content, I'll talk about the climate change and the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, that is linked to the 새마을 Undong. We're trying to find the connections between the SDGs and 새마을 Undong. Earlier in the past, we were not able to articulate what these relationships are, but we have a lot of organizations, including the Globalization Foundation, that are working on this articulation of SDGs in terms of the 새마을 Undong. So starting from 2020 to 2022, we have 17 SDGs. The whole world is now getting attention to these activities of 17 plans. I believe that agriculture must be falling into goal number 2, eradicating poverty. However, starting from number 1 to number 17, development, agriculture development, and food supply are all relevant to all these 17 SDG goals. Let me just go over this later in more detail. Now you're looking at a slide to show you the graph to show the goals and targets of SDGs over the period. So on the left, we have the people issue, and then planet factor, and then we have the co-prosperity of the humanity. So we have 5 P's here. So SDGs are getting focused on these 5 P's. On the left, the SDG number 2, the green, dark green color means that is far from the completion or goals. So if you have the very dark numbers and dark color shows that same message. What about the speed? Let's talk about how fast we are getting to the SDG completion. SDG number 2, we have 20% of green color. It means that the 20% have been already completed or will be completed. But it also means that the 80% cannot meet the timeline of 2030. And that is the interpretation of these graphs here. So starting from 1961, we have the data collected until today. We have the lands and territories, the 6 continents. Out of the 6 continents and 5 oceans, we haven't changed the land size of the territories or the continents. However, the population has increased by 2.4 times, and production of the crops have increased by 3.6 times. So we do not have many starving people than the past. That is the interpretation of this graph as well. However, let's look at this year. With the pandemic having the impact on the value chain of the food, because we had the lockdowns, people couldn't move around, and for the staples, exports have been banned by many major countries, leading to the fluctuations of the crop prices globally. So if you see the left data, it's starting from 2019 to 2022. We have the food index monthly. In 2022, we have the record-breaking food price increase and a hike in the history of 100 years. That is because of the arms conflict in Ukraine, invaded by Russia. That's when the price index has peaked. On the right side, we have the price indices. On the left, and we have the trends of the prices. The biggest increase has been observed in the various important staples. And also, developing countries have been hit the most, while developed countries can react to the price increases. So the developing countries and less developed countries are more vulnerable. So if you look at the left side, this is about the instability of the food index. So if you don't have money, you cannot have all the meals, 3 meals a day. You have to skip some of the meals, or you have less food per meal. So we have the survey of these amount of food intake every day. The red means very severe. And yellow is also warning because it's a ratio of the people who cannot take in enough food. Compared the whole population by continent, let's look at the ratio here. By Africa, by South America, and North America, and Europe, which have a lot of developed countries. You can see the discrepancies between this continent, and it's between 2009 and 2020, which is being impacted by the pandemic. The Africa under the Sahara Desert is most severely attacked by the impact of the pandemic. Now let's switch our gear to the Korean agriculture. As you might have already known, we have had our history of development of the agriculture in Korea. Let's review what you know already. In the 1950s, we had the war in Korea. After that, we were receiving a lot of aids from other countries. We were an aid country. And over time, how progress has been made. On the left, we have the picture of Dr. Noan Bloch, who has been the father of the wheat, and he developed the dwarf wheat in order to spread this all across the world, having contribution to the reduction and elimination of the hunger. So he was the Nobel laureate with this performance and result. Is there anything similar to that in Korea? Yes, we do, because Dr. Ha Moon-hwae was the person who developed rice, and he went to the International Rice International Conference, and then he did the performance of having the 통일 variety, meaning unification variety. So if you look at the rice types of pearl of the right, we have the japonica, which is mostly grown in Japan, and it is mostly done in there. It has very good strength to the pests. And also we have indica, which is grown in Taiwan, and which is known for the Northeast and Southeast Asian countries where it is hotter. Both have advantages and disadvantages. Dr. He was the person who unified these two varieties to make a new type, a 통일 variety. Now this 통일 variety of rice was developed and was the subject of distribution. But now the next question is how we can convince the farmers to take it. So no matter what good products we have, if the users don't want it, that's no use. Therefore, the government took the initiative of distributing this new variety of rice to the rest of the country, and that was the most important historical event in Korea. That was between 1960s and 1970s. Production of rice of 3.5 million tons in 1965 doubled to 6 million tons in 1977 in a little bit of one decade. So the farmers had to live with this, and then they didn't have to spend the winter time without any food. So they were just getting away from the poverty. At that time, it was the time when Korea was fast industrialized. And just like now today, they used to also have the problems of losing population, young population to the cities. Therefore, the government wanted to showcase the result of this development of the rural areas. And as a result of that, they had the 새마을운동, and then they were able to show that the income generation can be possible in the rural villages. So the leader himself was a kind of initiating the very important campaign, which is like led by the grassroots. What he did and what the government did at that time is to have the improvement of the infrastructure and livelihood of the villages. Although this was initiated by the government, there was motivation and voluntary spirit by the villagers as well, as you all might know. And now let's talk about the climate change. Climate change is something that Korea has been benefited a lot by up until 1992. With the 1988 Olympics at the peak, we were a recipient country. So we were able to have deforestation on the mountains. But prior to that, our mountains were only barren without having any trees. But now everywhere you go inside Korea, you always have trees, and that's the result of the development at that time. Now in the 1990s, on the left side, we have 2016 on the right. So in such a short period of 30 years, we had a lot of extreme climate-related disasters like the extreme heat, flash floods, and the storms, and many others. And then if you see the graph here, it's increasing. It has doubled over 30 years. It means that a lot of villagers are suffering from these extreme weather situations. And also at the UN level, they had the report out about the reasons why they have the big climate change. Up until 2010, you see some green here. You don't see the fine lines here, sorry about that. But up until 1970s, all the economic development has been the attacking part of the humanity. And then over time, after 2000s, we see that environmental issues are the biggest concerns for the humanity. Extreme weather events are very likely to happen, and the likelihood is getting bigger and bigger. So climate action is needed in that regard. So we can say that the climate adverse events are like the natural weapons for mass destruction. And that is what is called nowadays. Because of time constraint, I'll move on very quickly. agriculture is the source of confusion and also misunderstanding sometimes. Many people say that the agriculture is the reason why we have the pollution and the industrialization. But I feel that is unfair because we might have some source of the climate change from agriculture, but this number is exaggerated. If you say 50% is the reason from agriculture, it's really an exaggeration. It's much less than that. Let me later talk about the food security, but the most fundamental resource for agriculture is water. We have a lot of water shortage countries, and Korea claims that we are also a water shortage country. If you see this diagram here, you can clearly see what's happening here. So the stability of water is clearly linked and closely linked to the food security. So I'll focus on Asian countries mostly, and I would like to link it to the countries where KOICA has been working, because Asia and Africa are the biggest areas where KOICA was involved. So what is the current situation of the climate change and this food crisis security in those countries? So we can talk about the food availability and safety, as well as the other factors. So most of the countries show the red color here. Red color means extreme, and especially when it comes to the water usage and fertilization, they have less level of the food security. Lao PDS is a country in which lacks the natural and national infrastructure, and also the other countries are suffering from the water shortage issues that is affecting their infrastructure. So if you see all these results of comparison, you can see that which countries are suffering which resource the most. So when we have the planning of these development in the future, these factors should be fully considered, because we need to have smart agriculture. So in order to have these, we have to have a sustainable resilience of the agriculture in the era. So because of time constraint, I hope you can read in your own time about what I have written here. So I'll be just talking about the ways how we can mitigate and make adaptation to these changes. So let me just ask you to read those later. From now on, let's talk about KOICA. So KOICA, as an organization representing donor country, will it be still valid in the 21st century when it comes to the activities of KOICA? In the 1980s, when we had the peak of the 새마을 movement in Korea, we had some of the countries that can be the targets of our activities. So we had the groups of the countries depending on our own criteria. We had the different levels, level A, B, and C, and D. So level A includes Lao, PDR, and so on. So we had our classifications of the countries. So having said that, what could be the way forward? So I have 3 keywords to emphasize here. First and foremost, villagers should be well off, should be better off as a result of 새마을 movement. They should be wealthier, they should be able to send their children to school. And in order to do that, they should have decent jobs, and we have to be able to connect all these kind of value chains. If you have some produce, you have to be able to sell them at the market at the right price. So these things are needed. So from now on, I'd like to also talk about the future suggestions, because we have to talk about the economic value of our products. And I can quote a case in Vietnam which was done jointly by CJ. And the Lituan Island is one of the poorest islands in the country. And for 3 years, Koika spent time to do the projects here along with CJ. So what they did as an important part is to have the crop of pepper, red pepper. Red pepper is the source for many of the products for CJ because they can make the dumplings and inside they can put them in here. So CJ wants to purchase the produce of red peppers grown here. In order to do that, they have to teach how to grow the red peppers, so they can just make some kind of culture. And if the parents should work on the ground with the red peppers, their children should be taken care of. So they have to build a kind of nursery for the children. And then the daughter should be able to go to school and they have to be able to work together. So the parents will be concentrated on the red pepper growing and they are able to sell them to the CJ because they have the contract to make it. And then they have the kind of mill or factory. Inside the factory, they can hire more young people to work in there. Now in the middle, you see the final package of the red pepper to sell to the CJ. Every year I go there to witness what they're doing. Every time I go there, I see some additions of their facilities. Like for example, they have the kiosk added differently from the year before. So they were able to expand the whole business and industry. So I was able to see that their children went to school. And what can we elicit from here? It's the value of the human beings that is emphasized by 새마을운동. This fundamental value of humanity should be embedded everywhere, should be the default for every transaction. So then we can think what we can do and how we can do it. So that will be linked to the economic value. So from this year, CJ and we are going to have another project. It is a very small village in Rwanda. So in this village, they live on cassava or rice. So we were thinking, what is the way for them to get better and wealthier? What kind of products we can do? So I visited the place there. So they had the carrots, they had the peas, and many other crops there. But technology lacked. They didn't have a lot of good skills, therefore they wasted a lot of the produce in the meantime. What we're trying to do is to know how can they maximize their sources, not having any reduce. So the goal 10 and 12 of SDG is to reduce the waste here. So they have the new brand called Rwanda Meat. And then they're exporting some of the products to Dubai and other countries. So this is one example, and we believe that that can be expanded to other countries to make the villages better off. KT, as a telecommunications carrier in Korea, established the landlines in the country. So in the villages, people can use the cell phones, wireless phones, and they can communicate amongst themselves about the price of the onions or the amount of the crops, and this data will be stored, and then there will be a repository to have all the data accumulated here. So the mobile phones will be used for getting all the data and generating the information here. So these farmers now can become entrepreneurs. They can own cooperatives. So all these based on the projects. So the food loss will be minimized. So if I just went there to go through and walk through the paddies of the red pepper, actually these 500 kilograms of the leaf there, and then they have to take all the leaves out because they're worried if the leaves are gone unripe. So they didn't have the freezing system there. And when I went to the Vietnam there, I saw that the ground was covered by the waste there. If you go to the large supermarkets, it's 900 grams per unit. So it means that the 400 grams are the waste. It means that naturally they are also making a lot of pollution, and economically they are just giving us a lot of losses. So last month I went to Uzbekistan. So we're going to have another project in this country. when it comes to the climate change, we think of forestation and deforestation naturally. So what about the forestry? In the past, we were asked not to do anything about forestry, just leave it as it is and leave it like that, because we shouldn't do the desertification there. So we wanted to preserve the forestry. However, things have changed. We now have a different notion, because the villagers around the forestry should be also better off. So what we can do in order to get better economically, so this is how to plant fruit trees so that they can have the income generated. So Koika is also working on this for the plantation by 2025, and if they want to plant 250 million trees, what can I do? So they have to have the growing of the trees. They should have the nurseries of the trees in order to have the better tree species. What they can do is to allocate the land and allocate the people in here, so that villagers are trained of having the planting and nurturing of the trees, and they can sell the trees later when they are grown up, and so all the villagers can take part in and get money and also do the business. So principle of the 새마을 Undong is based on the motivation and participation by the villagers. Voluntary participation is always a problem, a tricky part, because they have their own livelihood to take care of. So we have to have some kind of priming water to have the further stimulation. So we should have some aid from outside, but it has limitations. And with the economic crisis or economic recession, this amount of aid will be reduced anyhow later. So what is more important is to have the strong determination of the people to want to have a better life. So I talked about the CJ case, but many other international food companies have been working on these developing countries as well. Nestle, Coca-Cola, and many others. Well, these international companies are also working on these areas for the cause of the ESG as well, because not just making money, but also co-living and coexisting with the rest of the world are the meaningful things for these large corporations. So in case of Korea, we were thinking what kind of competitive advantage we have. For example, we can ask other people to have the better system and better ecology. So we have now our technology in Korea, so we can work with other countries, not only for the agriculture, but also the plantation and the forestation. So Korean competitive advantage is also in the forestation as well. So we can do a lot of things. Thank you very much. Well, thank you so much. I'm sure that you were woken up just like I was, because it was too exciting to sleep over. So that was very good presentation. Thank you for waking us up.
The history lessons and scientific factors and cases, she covers all of the things related to 새마을. As she reminded that I would like to stress 새마을 has almost 17 tenets which SDGs is aiming at. Not only hunger and striking poverty, but also decent work, climate change response, and health, education, whatever, there are so many factors in the 새마을 movement. 새마을 is not only movement, but 새마을 needs a very clear strategy from the top, also very detailed plan and implementation at the bottom. So I think 새마을 is an art, very articulate art, which we should not miss any detail. So I applaud Dr. Lee for presenting this all details for us. Now, finally, I would like to introduce you one of the very famous and early experts in Korean industry for climate change. And he is now working at the Center of Climate Response, famous Korean law firm Kim Hyun-jang. I introduce you Dr. Kim Sung-woo.
네, 감사합니다. 저는
Well, thank you so much for the introduction.
오늘 좌장님 소개하.
As was introduced, my name is Kim Sung-woo. I'm now at the Kim Hyun-jang. I'm the head of Environment and Energy Research Institute. Although Kim Hyun-jang is a law firm, it is also related to very closely to the law and the policies to have the consulting practices to companies, not just representing them as lawyers. We are also doing some consulting jobs for them as well. It has been 30 years for me to be in the practice of the environmental issues, so you can call me environmental guy. I have been admiring Chairman Kim Young-mok of from KOICA for many, many years. So I'd like to just contribute to this session as a reward for his work so far. So since we have lost a lot of time, I'll be very brief. Although I'm not a climate person, I would like to talk about agriculture in this presentation. And also, in order for companies to deal with the climate change, what kind of actions they have to make. And that's actually the topic of my thesis and research when I was a student and I was a scholar. So for you, you can think what you can fall into and your future practice of climate change through my presentation. And that is the purpose I'd like to achieve through this presentation. This one slide talks about the relationship between climate change and agriculture. You have been hearing a lot about these very similar things so far. First of all, in agriculture, there is a lot of myth and also confusion about people saying that agriculture is the source of the GHG, greenhouse gas. And many eyes are on the agriculture nowadays as the reason for the pollution. With the increasing frequency of extreme weathers, people want to point fingers at something, and they find and see the agriculture earlier because it seems that the agriculture seems to be the source of much in the pollution here. So that is why agriculture is in hot seat. There are a lot of disputes here, and also they've been talking about the impact, negative impact of agriculture for this. Therefore, it requires attention as well as reaction to the issues. On this chart, you'll be able to see the pie chart of the emission of all the sources, and on the right side, we have the bar graph to show what are the sources in detail from the agriculture to the emissions and GHG. Out of the agriculture, the methane, the CH4 from the livestock or the manure are the biggest one. Deforestation is another reason, big reason for the emissions. When you are a farmer, you sometimes have the digging of the rice, and the underground carbon is getting out of the soil from that. Then that is also the source of having the pollutions and emissions. So I will talking about the global first before talking about the Korean issue. So Breakthrough Agenda 2030 is something that is done internationally. So let me explain what Breakthrough Agenda 2030 is. It was launched in November 2021 last year. So that is a global agenda. As you see here, leaders of 45 countries representing over 70% of global GDP, meaning that a lot of big countries are included here, and they have gathered together to have this breakthrough agenda. In the 95 sectors, which are the sources of the emissions, they want to do extra care. And these chapters include agriculture as well. The reason why I'm talking about this is because they want to see the progress over years. So the results will be seen and monitored every year. So last year they had the launch, and this year they might be able to look at what progress has been made. And is it like in the funding, or is it like a technology transfer or the road transport? They have a lot of sections to look at. So you have to be mindful of the fact that they are being watched. I told you that there are many sectors here. Out of them, there is agriculture. So we have the agriculture objectives that is written in red color here. There are some options for the farmers to do. So we are trying to have better distribution of the things that should be done by the farmers. By 2020, they have to reduce 33%. We have 4 areas in here: productivity of agriculture and reduction of emissions, and the renovation of the ecosystem, and the increased adaptability. So there are 4 categories in here. So if you are falling into some of the parts here, areas here, you have to be more in taking care about this. The progress will be released in Egypt this year. So please know that you have to do some of these areas, 4 areas here. So this is a detailed view of the previous page. The benefits you can get in the terms of the agriculture is mostly investment opportunities. In order to reduce the emissions of the GHG, whether it is government or the companies, they have to come to see you to provide you technology, to give you aid, to give you the varieties of the seed and the livestock, and they have to be giving you the technology to do that. So that will take a lot of portion. So agriculture will take a lot of the part here.
And there especially has been much talk about regenerative agriculture. And there is a definition here of regenerative agriculture. It is agriculture, but for example, they don't use chemical fertilizer, but only organic fertilizer, and also minimizes any destruction of the land, and relies on the absorption of water and carbon as it is in nature. And that is the underlying definition of regenerative agriculture. Already, regenerative agriculture takes up about 14% out of the global agriculture, and there are efforts being made to raise that portion, which is especially led by the US and America. And next, when you look at the enterprise sector globally, we see that compared to our expectation, in terms of agriculture of developing countries, I think there is much room to benefit or to take advantage of. Unlike our presumptions previously, the focus was on how governments could support the farming sector or the rural villages. But now the main focus is on what businesses could do and what kind of strategies they have to support the agricultural sector. And I think it's very important to take advantage of that, because as you see on the slide, businesses have so many issues and reasons to declare carbon neutrality. And their declaration of going carbon neutral implies that in their value chain, for example, in making purchases and procurements and in manufacturing, they are faced with the mandate to reduce carbon emission. So it means that they are changing their entire strategies, whether it's domestic or overseas. In the past, in the entire value chain, it didn't really matter whether a mission was too much because there wasn't much pressure from the stakeholders. So as long as they could make a lot of profit, it didn't really matter that much how much emission they reduced. But now that is no longer the case. So that's why they're faced to change their strategies. So on the right-hand side, especially companies that are more involved in the agricultural sector, for example, the product of the company could use raw materials from agricultural or livestock industries. And in these cases, as you see in the right-hand chart, they have their targets. For example, by 2050 or 2030, they will meet 0% emissions. And on the right-hand side, the right letters tell their implementation means, which are related to agriculture. For example, they plan to plant trees or conduct regenerative agriculture or receive sustainability certifications from the certification agencies. These are their declarations. And every year, they publish the sustainability report to evaluate their implementation and to see where they met their goals and where they failed to meet the goals. And so I think it's important to align these strategies to my interest. And now let me change to the domestic environment, to Korea. Korea will also face impacts from the climate change. This is a very brief abbreviation of articles. For example, the rice production will go down and it will become less tasty because of climate change. So Korea will also be faced with developing new types of crops and new ways of cultivation. And also for fruits, the landscape or the cultivation of the plantation will also change because of the climate change, according to the Rural Development Administration. So our existing crops will all change in terms of its cultivation or plantation method because of climate change. So the greenhouse emission reduction target of Korea was announced at 40% by the Korean government, and that was committed last year. And especially the agricultural and livestock sector is also included, as you see in the red characters. And some means is to use shallow water cultivation or a low methane fertilizer and others. For Korean businesses, I provide consulting, business consulting and legal consulting. This is just a very simple example because I'm not allowed to share any of the ongoing projects, so I could only cite those on the newspaper. For 제일제당 or Pulmuon, their own tofu products or their own fertilizers that they manufacture will now need to be made in a carbon zero way. So they're doing all kinds of research and activities to meet that goal because some businesses recognize this challenge. And even for those that don't recognize the challenge, even though they don't accept the crisis of climate change, so many other stakeholders surrounding them are putting pressures on them. So businesses have no other option. So that's why I'm sharing the private enterprises and how they could engage with the agricultural sector so that you could see some opportunities to align your interest with this new movement. Because now we are seeing a new dimension of climate change. Up to 2 years ago, it didn't entirely have an impact on changing the business strategies. But in the recent 2 to 3 years, businesses have hurried with changing their strategies. They're adding this new climate change. So you can add this new corporate element in and align them with your agricultural strategies. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you for listening.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. You've provided us with a lot of insight and information.
New and best knowledge on the trends of climate change and its impact on agriculture, right? 제 말씀이 맞으면
If you agree, could you please join in a round of applause?
I'd like to introduce three presenters and also three discussants to the podium. May I proceed this way? First, I would like to invite one of discussant to raise new subject or questions among presenters, and if possible, to designate, if you have any specific presenter, designate one presenter and ask your view, his view or her view compared to your question. I would like to first Dr. Choi of Chungbuk University.
Good afternoon. Please allow me to introduce myself just in brief. I am Young-Chul Choi, Professor of Public Administration at the Chungbuk National University, which is located in the middle of South Korea. Actually, I just came back from Vietnam, where I participated in a monitoring team as to whether the ODA projects are going right or wrong. So, excuse me, I'm somewhat physically exhausted and tired, but on the other hand, I'm very happy in the sense that I have an opportunity to meet you all. Before I start my comment, I'd like to say thank you very much to 새마을 Foundation for giving me an opportunity to listen to the excellent presentation and to have chances to get lessons from three presentations. Excuse me. As you see, the keywords used in this panel session may include climate change, the fourth industrial revolution, and the 새마을 운동 movement, and big change, big trend, a big transition to dramatic period of change, etc., etc. As you see, those issues are really important, of course. So in this regard, I think that we have to make some effort to clarify something, which is the relationship between 새마을 운동 and the climate change and other important issues. Most of the presentators emphasize the importance of climate change and other related issues. I would say that, of course, climate change is really important worldwide. So the first thing we have to do is to make some effort to identify the clear relationships between 새마을 운동 and the climate change. In other words, although we know the importance of climate change and the 새마을 운동, but how can we make some contributions to climate change by utilizing 새마을 운동 tenets or principles or experiences, right? If we identify the clear relationships between 새마을운동 and how can I say, climate change are the worldwide problems, then we can know the role of the stakeholders. Let's say, the role of an individual and the role of a government, central government, local government, or role of 새마을운동 practitioners, etc., etc. So, as I said, the first thing we have to do is to make some effort to clarify how 새마을운동 can make some contributions to climate change and other issues. Okay. Yes, you see, the 새마을운동 started in 1970s. At that time, the climate change issues and other issues are not considered as really important issues. But we face now some different issues like climate change. That's why, right? The second question is the importance of governance, right? Most of the presenters have, put some emphasis on the importance of governance, right? Of course, we can apply and we can transfer the good governance to developing countries in order for the ODA project, especially 새마을운동 project, be successful, right? My question goes to all three presenters. What do you think of ideas or opinions? How we can construct a good governance in order for the 새마을운동 to be successful in developing countries? Well, actually, I have more questions to ask her, but time is quite limited. So if I have more time later, then I will ask another questions. Thank you very much.
And so it's not a question designated to one person, but to all three persons. But since we don't have enough time, could you please designate one person you want to ask for the answer? 이 교수님이요.
답변 드리겠습니다.
I'm honored to be designated. Let me speak in Korean. Actually, that's a very good question, and I've been thinking about this very hard as well. The ODA, the way we call it, is something that we should implement it with the motivation coming from inside to have it implemented. So external factors like budget or support will not mean a lot, and it will not be sustainable if it is just coming from outside. Because 새마을운동 has the tenet of the self-sufficiency, self-help, and diligence. This kind of self-help is coming from inside, and it is a reaction of the villages and communities as well. So the government will come with very big, broad objectives like reduction of the carbon emission. But actual implementation should be done by the villagers and the community people. So what is their optimal and best ways to do the elimination or reduction of the GHG. So if, in case in Korea, if the umbrella order is that we should not do the deforestation, and then after that, we have to figure out what kind of things to be done in order to do the less deforestation. Because in the past, the deforestation came from the use of the forestry for the heating and the kitchen things. So we have to figure out what can be done, what is the way to replace those fuels, not from the mountains. If we have the linkage and connections of the top-down system and bottom-up system, that way we can say that finally the voluntary participation of the people can be facilitated by the government. So the people in the village can think by themselves that what is their best action or measures to contribute to the reduction of GHG. Their ideas should be connected to the action items, and the villagers can meet together to have the capacity building. All these things should be in circle, as a virtuous circle. In Korea in the 1970s and 80s, we had the categorization of the locations. For example, the urban people and the rural people, and they did their own job to contribute. And I believe that this principle can be in place again in developing countries nowadays.
And I think you two may have a lot to talk.
Ambassador Desek.
Thank you so much, and I would like to extend my appreciation for presenters for this detailed presentation. I would like to ask and comment, maybe one question which will comment, and mostly 1-2 questions for Dr. Lee and Dr. Kim. The first one is that about the effect of climate change between developing and developed countries. I heard that the effect of climate change is the same between developing and developing countries, except urban and rural area like that. Of course, developed countries are basically dependent for their economic activities on agriculture. And when to come in terms of shock absorbance, the big shoulder is on developing countries. If there is a shock on the agriculture, maybe developed countries already through accumulated capital, they can absorb the shock of the inflation of agricultural commodities. But it's painful for developing countries. So in these terms, can we say that the effect is the same both on developing and developed countries? For me, it is painful for developing countries. We can take, for example, the current issues, especially 2022, due to pandemic, as well as due to the war of the Russia and Ukraine, the food prices is highly increased. And also due to the climatic change, especially from the region which I came, Africa, especially Horn of Africa. I think it's 40 years high food crisis hit this region. You can imagine how it's painful. So even though the effect is of both, but the pain on the shoulder is that of developing countries. Although the major contributor climate change is developed countries is through the emissions of carbon due to transportation as well as industry. So if there is some more comments on these to be clarified, it's good. The second question is Dr. Lee, that's about agriculture and the climate change. Of course, I think later on Dr. Kim also presented that the agriculture and the related activities contributing for the climate change, 2/3 of its effect is. Or separately, agriculture, 20% is a contribution for the climate change. As I explained, the economic activities that developing countries are undergoing is basically of agriculture and agriculture based. In this case, can we say only these activities, related activities, contribute more than that of the transport, more than industry? Can we say that? This is another question. And the second one is the way of the agriculture, the mode of the agriculture should be smart agriculture to reduce significant emission problems. Of course, that's I agree. So in this case, as scholars, as researchers, especially when we come to the developing countries, the way of the people living is different from that of the developed countries. Mostly the people are living in a scattered way in the rural areas. How we can make this smart agriculture effective, especially in the developing countries, if you don't have some ideas, is one question. my final question is Samal and agriculture. I think, environment, sorry. I think the way of the Samal Andung is really is integrated approach. It's not only for one sector focus. End of poverty, increase income, ensure sustainable environment like for reforestation. This is, we can say that the way of what the Samal Andung approach is integrated. That is why it's a really wonderful strategy to make the development sustainable. So if we can learn this strategy detail and if we can implement especially for developing countries, I think that's the way out, of course. And which I want to know related with summer and climate and agriculture is that how we can comment its implementation in the case of urban. Mostly we are talking about when it comes to summer and its initiation was from the rural and it was successful in the rural area. Currently, the pressing problem is really urban is a tool. So how we can make it a reality and effective in urban case if you have any comment. Thank you so much.
김 박사님이 조금 먼저 해주고.
Well, thank you very much. Let's start with Dr. Kim, to be followed by Dr. Lee. And then I'll be asking the same question to Dr. Park later. I don't know if I got the question right, so I'd like to instead focus on the first issue raised. That's about the impact of the climate change to be divergent between developing and developed countries. The impact on the developing countries is much bigger than that to developed ones. So what is the advice that can be given by me as a person in the private sector? So let's focus on that question first. Climate change is something that is affecting the farmers in the developing countries. If we are to work with the farmers and villagers in the developing countries to reduce the carbon emission, that is for the sustainability of the global Earth. That is not for the sake of CSR. It is not for the companies. What I'm trying to say here is that we should have the aligned we do have aligned interest between the companies and the villagers, the farmers in the agriculture sector. What I mean here again is that if you want to have the commitment of $100 billion to developing countries by the governments, that promise, the commitment has not been duly implemented yet, and that is the lack of the alignment, because their interests have not been aligned and there have no implementation of the promises. The companies do have to believe that they have the interest coming up because they can support the farmers and they can get also the contribution with the farmers by doing this. And in that case, their interests are aligned. Otherwise, they are not. So let me elaborate on that further. So let me go back to the case of CJ. I think it's resonant. Let's think about Unilever and Nestle. They're working together to produce tea, and in Kenya. So they have the standardized green, the certification mark with the green lizard, and that is called the system there. And also they are outproduced to the Unilever. And then DPD is the joint funder of the project. So in the end, the growers of the tea leaves should be following the standardized system of processing to get the money back. So in that process, donor and agency relationship can be implemented. So in your question about what is the actual movement project that can be linked to the donors? So that was a very good question. Thank you very much. The factors affecting the food security negatively are sometimes related to the resilience and the natural climate. So no country is exception to this crisis or threat. So for example, if it is water, you should have the integrated water management. So this kind of approach system to water. What I mean here is that if you use the water very cleanly in your village, that water will flow down from your village down to the downstream. Then the whole planet will have that quality of water. So everything starts from you and your village. So that you are making contribution to the environment by having the better usage of water. For example, if we have the chemical fertilizers that are sprinkled in water in your stream, that fertilizer will go down to the ocean. That should be prevented. We have a program to give the awareness of the farmers not to do that. So 새마을운동 can be also linked to that kind of campaign of not polluting your own water. That will be a part of mitigation and elimination of the risk factors to the pollution. So I think every bit is interrelated. So far in our practices of 새마을 movement, 새마을운동, we have done the same thing for such a long time, from 1960s and 1970s. What we did in Korea is to teach farmers how to make preservation, how to make restoration. So that's exactly what we have done so far. Now, for the climate change, although we haven't emphasized it out loudly, we have done that actually. So you can trust us that we really have done the record of doing these.
Dr. Park, to complement the question of Ambassador Derek about unfair, maybe. You are talking about unfair impact between developing and developed countries, right? 거기에 대해서 political economic 관점에서 한번 말씀해 주십시오.
예, 사실
Could you please share that issue from a political aspect? I believe that issue does exist. So that's why at the climate change meeting, developing countries are raising that issue. And I think this agenda should be accepted by developed countries. I think there is legitimacy for that. And I understand that this is reflected in the Climate Change Convention. But science and technologies to meet climate change, before it is introduced and applied, and before the businesses actually implement them, the issue of food security that is suffered by developing countries is actually so dangerous and so challenging even today. For example, in 1945, there were various aid systems for recovery. I think maybe we could revitalize that. Developing countries, against the issue of climate change, are conscious that this is unfair. And so I think that support could somehow support their motivation to raise the issue stronger, in a more stronger way. And next, let's ask former Ambassador Kim Do-sik for your comment. Hello, everybody. Let me briefly introduce myself. I have mainly served in a different region from most of you because I have long served in the Central American region. I even doubt whether I am qualified to sit here as a discussant. But since CEO Lee Seung-jong invited me, I think I am obliged to share a comment. I listened to the 3 presentations on climate change and how it is impacting agriculture as well as other sectors, especially the agricultural sector. And they were very thought-provoking. So I don't think I have much to ask. As a diplomat, I have served for decades. I served in Senegal of Africa and also in the Latin American region as I served my role as a diplomat. I could witness how the issue of climate change is rising and how governments in 새마을운동 should respond to that. And I could also understand why 새마을운동 is so positively and enthusiastically accepted by foreign countries. And thirdly, in Nicaragua, Colombia, where I served, I'm aware of how 새마을운동 is being received. And these will be the three topics I'd like to share with you. We've listened to the three presentations on climate change, and we have persons from KOICA and others from the smart farming industry. And as I listened to the presentations, we could be aware that climate change is highly impacting agriculture. Last year, I'm sure ambassador from Ethiopia is also here. Korean government launched P4G, and Ethiopia is also a member, and Colombia as well. And I understand that it will soon hold a meeting. And there are 14 clauses under the Seoul Agreement, and they all include the topics that you mentioned as a big framework. Within the global supply chain, not only climate change, but also the environmental issue, including climate change, as well as not only locally, but also globally, the issue of conflicts such as the Russia-Ukraine war and the COVID-19 pandemic. These are all overlapping, and as a result, the global economy is undergoing much challenge. Therefore, for these issues, of course, we are faced with a very difficult time, and I think it's important to think of how we could respond to that with the 새마을운동 as well. Also, as I served as an ambassador and as a diplomat, I could meet with major personnel of such foreign countries and with other people and the general citizens. And I had many chances to answer how Korea could succeed in its economic development. And I always tell them that the biggest success factor was the 새마을운동. It not only raised the income of the farmers, but also 새마을운동 also helped in reaching a better balance between the cities and the rural villages. And it also helped to change the awareness and consciousness of the Korean people. And I've always cited that this served as a driving force for developing the economy of Korea. Also, in Nicaragua, where I served, well, to introduce Nicaragua briefly, in 2015, the current president of Yeongnam University, President Choi Wei-chul, back then visited Nicaragua. And also, President Ortega, who is still president, held a 3-hour-long meeting to discuss the 새마을운동 with President Choi Wei-chul, and this reflects how much the president of Nicaragua was interested in the 새마을운동. And from a policy aspect, the 새마을 Foundation for Asia and for African countries, I understand that the focus is in these regions, whereas in Latin American countries, even though there is an awareness of 새마을운동, there doesn't seem to be much performance or achievement. For example, in the case of Colombia, of course, we have our ambassador Dalki from Ethiopia. Colombia also participated in the Korean War, and also it has a population of 50 million, which is similar to Korea. It also has a vast land. So when we consider sharing the spirit and the experience of 새마을운동, I think it will be a wonderful opportunity. the 새마을 Foundation has made much achievement in the past 10 years, and we should use that as a foundation for the future 10 years, so that domestically we should leverage 새마을운동 to strengthen our substance and fundamentals, and based on that, we could advance overseas. And with that, I'd like to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
The sincere wish for Korean 새마을 movement will be aligned with the international trend and fitting for each country so that it can be more used and then contribute, right? I think we have a little bit overdue on our closing, but since Dr. Choi made the first very fundamental question on the onset, I would like to comment a little bit on this. And then there was another question from Ambassador K about how we can utilize 새마을 for in the city, in urban 새마을 movement. So I think Dr. Che could give a little bit his idea on city 새마을 movement, and I would like to close on wrapping all the discussions.
Frankly speaking, I'm not very familiar with how to apply the 새마을운동 in urban areas and urban cities, for instance. The main topics we have to deal with, in urban areas may be somewhat different from rural areas. In other words, in rural areas, we normally focus on generating incomes of the local resident, right? But in urban areas, we have to put emphasis on restructuring or changing the mindset of the urban citizens in particular. In other words, we have to, get a sense of belongings or sense of a community, because many problems may happen in cities and in urban areas. In other words, we reside in very densely populated areas. Therefore, we have to, have, as I said, sense of a community. Otherwise, some unnecessary problems might happen between neighbors, right? And also cleaning street and cooperating with each other to deal with some, juvenile delinquencies problems, etc., etc. Those things can be sorted out by collaboration between urban neighbors. So I would say that the logics or the tenet underlining the 새마을 movement can be easily and effectively applied to towns, urban cities, as long as we adjust them to the urban areas appropriately and properly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate Ambassador for raising this important question, because when we talk about 새마을, we only talk about rural development and remote poor villages. But I think eventually Korea wanted to use 새마을 movement for total national development, including urban areas. I must confess to you, I was very ashamed yesterday that Korea, on the one hand, people admire as an advanced country, developed in so brilliantly over the very short period of time, produced an unimaginable tragedy, deaths of 150 people and maybe 60, 100 damaged, broken on the stampede. This is one of the area we must deal with by 새마을. You know, making an order, respect the order, respect the neighbor, respect your people next to you. I think we must raise this question so that people can respect each other and love each other. As Professor Park reminded us that because of pandemic, there is a tendency accelerating. In one important area is, of course, reduction of a population, decrease of population, but at the same time, he rightly pointed out that decreasing sense of community, because we must survive individually, by myself, and then we go out for dining alone, and I ask my food by delivery. We don't have to meet or engage with others. That tendency has been accelerated so that the sense of community is decreasing too. So I think an important thing is to revive the sense of community, as he pointed out. We have started this, we have planned this session because we all agree that the world is undergoing great transformation, which we haven't seen in the past 4 or 5 decades. Not only climate change, but also, as Dr. Park reminded you on the onset, pandemic, disruption of supply chains, and conflicts between powers and people, country, and also fiscal and financial shortages, because we have spent too much money during the pandemic. Now we don't have money, but inflation is coming. We don't know what to do. I wanted to think all together how we can help small villages, small localities overcome shortages of finance and damage of climate change, which need more investment for keeping water and setting out the right water management system and smart farming, as you say. All this need investment, not only will of people and will of helping administration, but also we actually need money, right? You wanted to point out you wanted money. And then ODA is declining. Every rich country has become busy in dealing with their own problem, and they are less interested in helping other countries. And then there are no money available. Central banks would like to reduce the liquidity, and then inflation is coming. Lives of people has become very difficult. We may, as Dr. Park said, we may be less interested in looking into the reality of how hard the food situation and health and hygienic situation in poor areas has become worse. We look at it, Pakistan. Pakistan is not a bad country at all, but 1/3 of the whole country has been flooded. Ethiopia, there was a war, and then I had my own experience in Ethiopia. I went to a small village. There was a drain river in front of the villages, but this dry river is going away very quickly. When there is a flood, it disappears in a few days, and then drought continues. Animals and children living together, and they are drinking together. We need so many things to do. But what we have thought is that the climate change is making our efforts more difficult. So we must be more united, we must be much more smarter than before. That's what I would like to think together as a conclusion. I think Dr. Park and Dr. Kim raised a good question of good agenda of a partnership. one of SG's partnership goal, important goal, 17th goal is inclusive partnership. I think we must develop partnership, very inclusive, smart, and comprehensive partnership from now on. That is my conclusive suggestion to you. Thank you so much.
새마을 운동은 마을을 새로이 일구어 가난을 딛고 일어서고자 했던 우리들의 강한 마음에서 비롯되어 잠든 가능성을 깨워 굶주림 없는 세상을 만드는 지구촌의 강한 힘이 되었습니다. 온 누리, 너른 대지에 씨앗을 뿌리고 희망을 싹틔워 당신과 함께 새로운 미래를 여는 우리는 경상북도 새마을재단입니다. 사람들은 말합니다. 세계 최빈국에서 세계 경제대국으로 변모한 한국의 중심에 새마을 운동이 있었다고. 이런 새마을 운동의 원동력은 무엇이었을까요? 1970년 모두 함께 하나 되어 잘 사는 나라를 만들자는 굳은 의지는 결의의 목소리가 되어 대한민국에 울려 퍼지기 시작했습니다. 세계는 이러한 새마을 운동이 지닌 가치를 발견하였고 그 희망의 토대를 함께 나누기를 바랬습니다. 그리고 마침내 새마을 운동의 성공 경험을 공유해달라는 국제사회의 요청과 인류 공동 번영을 향한 우리의 마음이 한데 모여 2012년 경상북도 새마을재단이 설립되었습니다. 우리는 개발도상국의 발전과 빈곤 퇴치에 기여한다는 분명한 소명의식을 가지고 개발도상국이 스스로 가난을 극복하여 일어설 수 있도록 지원하고 있습니다. 유엔과 OECD를 비롯 다수의 국제기구로부터 개발도상국을 위한 가장 효과적인 발전 모델로 인정받은 새마을운동. 새마을재단은 우리의 새마을운동 성공 경험과 노하우를 지역사회 개발이 필요한 개발도상국들과 나누며 함께 잘 사는 지구촌을 향해 나아갑니다. 오늘을 걱정하는 나라에서 내일을 그리는 나라로 새마을재단은 희망을 품고 미래를 그리는 마을을 만들어갑니다. 새로운 마을을 일군다는 것은 금전적인 지원이 다가 아니기에 우리는 현재 글로벌 청년 새마을 지도자들을 파견하여 마을 지도자, 주민, 공무원들과의 협력을 통해 신뢰를 쌓고 주인의식과 자립심을 일깨우며 희망의 터전을 만들고 있습니다.
How to develop this can-do attitude, that is very important because everything starts from a can-do attitude. If you put that in your mindset and we change the mindsets of the people, they can break any barriers, they can achieve many high goals, and as a government, as the representative of the government, we truly appreciate the impact that Sémaolundong had in Senegal.
I think what you have done greatly in your country is to change mentality. This is the reason why we also want to work with you to do the same thing in the developing countries. But to me, this is the greatest asset that you have.
Là cán bộ phụ trách dự án tại Việt Nam thì ban đầu chúng tôi rất là băn khoăn về sự thành công của dự án. Tuy nhiên trong quá trình thực hiện được tham gia tập huấn tại Hàn Quốc cũng như tại Việt Nam và sự đồng hành của các bạn tình nguyện viên đến từ Hàn Quốc thì chúng tôi đã có thêm niềm tin về sự thành công của dự án cũng như là vào quỹ. Đấy, hiện tại chúng tôi đang nỗ lực không ngừng.
우리는 각 마을의 특성에 맞는 맞춤형 지원으로 현지 주민들의 소득을 향상시키는 등
됩니까? 오케이. Everybody, we are going to resume the next final session. Please be seated. No students and no audience. Nobody outside? Why don't you come to the podium, please?
마이크 저는 놔두져 있습니다.
This is the most important session, in this symposium. Why don't you come? Hurry up to be seated. 안녕하세요. Professor Lee, could we start? It's all right? Welcome to the final session. I hope you enjoy this symposium and learn a lot about 새마을운동. This final session is going to consolidate what we learned from this symposium and, of course, learning present and to talk about the future of 새마을운동. Let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Singh Jha. I have been doing economics, development economics, including 새마을운동, affiliate to the Park Chung-hee Institute of Economic Development. Recently, I'm began to be interested in the 새마을운동, and I just for last 2 days I've been here to learn new idea about the future of 새마을운동. Today we have 8 panelists, including myself, maybe 9. We have a 120 minutes allotted to this session, and so I think each panelist can consume 5 to 10 minutes for the first round. If there is more discussions from the floor, then we can continue on. But first round, 5 to 10 minutes for each panelist. I already asked everybody to prepare some comment on their idea, learning from this symposium as well as from their own experiences, what we should do to improve the 새마을운동 in the future, based on our experience in the past and current, the situation. And so, let me start with the first panelist. I will follow the list of this name. 권혁주. It's not here. Oh, yeah. Okay, the next, Professor Kim Gi-soo. He's the Yeongnam University 국제개발협력원장. You can talk in English, as well. If you want, you can talk in Korean, because we are given a very excellent simultaneous translation. Okay?
Okay, let me speak in English for more effective communication and more quick communication. So I want to comment just a few things. First of all, domestically, to make the Korea's ODA more effective, I think we need to make a brand, 새마을운동 as a brand of Korean ODA. There are a lot of reasons, but because of time limitation, I don't want to say all those things. Secondly, we need to develop standardized principles of 새마을운동, and also we have to have a consensus on them, because we have many different organizations. Each of them try to say or try to utilize the 새마을 ODA, but their ways of providing ODAs are very much different. So people living in the developing countries, they don't understand what real 새마을운동 is. They have confusions there. So internally or domestically, we have to develop standardized principles or manual of implementing 새마을운동. And then we have, based on those principles, we have to localize based on the local context. So that is another one I want to mention. Next one is 새마을운동 is not just what we are doing in the development, but how we are doing things in the development. Therefore, the 새마을운동 was implemented in 1970s in Korea in different time frame and different context. But because we are talking about the way how we develop the reasons, therefore the 새마을운동 can be still applied today in different context. And the next one is to make 새마을운동 more popular and more applied more in different the developing countries. We have to develop success cases. We heard about the many small the successful cases, but to make or to persuade those people working in the international organizations or international communities, we have to have a very specific data and analysis, quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis, to tell them the 새마을운동 is a really effective development model. So that those things to be done by practitioners as well as scholars. Next one is as a model or framework of international development or international development cooperation, we need to think about how we can apply 새마을운동 to tackle global challenges like climate change, the pandemic, digital divide, and the regional conflicts or disparity of or inequity of economies. So I think that is what we have to do in the future. I think 새마을운동 can be applied or 새마을운동 can be applicable to handle these kind of global challenges because 새마을운동, the key of 새마을운동 is inclusive, community-driven development. So to handle these global challenges, each individual country or each individual region cannot handle these global issues itself. So therefore, we need to have a kind of sense that the whole world is just a community. Okay, so the COVID-19 gave us a good lesson because even though your country effectively protect your people from COVID-19, but in other developing countries, they cannot do that, and then your protection might be useless. So helping other country is not because you are generous, but that is necessary for you to survive. So that is the kind of the community sense of the world. Therefore, to cope with these kind of global challenges, we need to develop a sense of a community as a country or as a whole world. So in that sense, 새마을운동, because I already mentioned this inclusive and community-based or driven development, so we can apply or we can use those core concepts of 새마을운동 to deal with these global challenges. So I have a lot of things to say, but since we have very limited time, I briefly try to mention or conclude my comments. Thank you very much for listening.
감사합니다, 김 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. And I hope we have some more time in the second round. You talked about 3 points. I think I kind of missed the first point. You said we should research more, so we have more case studies of success stories of 새마을운동, and also define the role of 새마을운동 so that it could play a new role. And from Yeongnam University, you're in charge of the International Development Cooperation Center. So I do urge you to work harder on that topic with your students. And I'll now invite the next panelists. Mr. Lee Soo-ki, thank you very much. From Jungang Daily newspaper, he is the editor of the economics section. Jungang Daily newspaper is one of the major newspaper agencies in Korea. And just as been introduced, I am Lee Soo-ki of Jungang Daily newspaper. Well, I think I was too small for you to see me. As a matter of fact, I am more comfortable speaking in English, in Korean, so let me present in Korean. First, thank you for inviting me to this meaningful event despite being not qualified enough. Well, as a matter of fact, I also listened to the presentations. I am not an academic scholar of 새마을운동, so throughout the session, so I think we've discussed the international achievements of 새마을운동 and how it could respond to global challenges, including climate change. Well, I think from an internal customer or a general customer, I like to make a couple of observations. Well, my first kid is in 3rd grade of middle school. Well, I am aware of 새마을운동 in my childhood. So before I came here, I asked my first child, my elder child, whether my elder child knew 새마을운동 was. And my child told me he or she does know what it is. And when I talk about 새마을운동 with my friends, they all say it's something of a retro. It's something that brings out nostalgia. So I try to think about the meaning of 새마을운동. Are you aware of Megamart? Do you remember? I think you are of the same age group as myself. Well, there are many e-marts. But Megamart is a retail supermarket chain or franchise in the Busan or Ulsan or Gyeongbuk region. Especially in the Gyeongsangbuk-do region, it's very famous, but nationwide it's not that well known. I think that the same kind of perception applies to 새마을운동 because it's well known in the Gyeongbuk region, but not that much nationwide. I think there are political limitations as well. I don't want to criticize the previous administration because whenever there's a conservative administration, it gains greater attention, but under a progressive administration, it somewhat is neglected. And there's also the limitation of the age group. For those that are senior to me would be more familiar with 새마을운동, whereas those younger than me would not be that familiar with it. Despite the international achievements of 새마을운동 within Korea, the customer group of 새마을운동 is so narrow and limited. So I think for the future of 새마을운동, it's important to expand the customer base of 새마을운동 in Korea. Even if you try hard to advance it overseas, unless we actually gain the perception and acceptance of the so-called supporters domestically who are the taxpayers, I think we have a limitation. And I also want to mention about the methodology. Because as I look through the literature of 새마을운동, I thought about ODA projects and KOICA projects and 새마을운동 projects. And I wasn't sure what kind of difference they have, whether it's Africa or Southeast Asia. For less developed countries, we want to be a good neighbor. We want to help them develop their economy. But does it necessarily need? Is it really necessary for that ownership be with 새마을 Foundation? So I think it's important for 새마을운동 to have its own identity, to differentiate itself. And thirdly, I'm not quite sure why it's limited in the rural sector or the farming of villages. Well, I also work with the Rural Development Agency as well. Their customer is the farmers, but the group is declining. So it's about the sustainability of 새마을운동 as the customer group is declining. Whether it's the 새마을 Center or not, or the foundation, I want to know what kind of future they envision for 새마을운동. Today, their focus is on, for example, providing clean water systems or providing more productive farming technologies for developing countries. Is that what they want to do, or is it they want to be a social innovator? Well, I'm very nervous right now, so let me calm down. It's because I think it's because I'm with my seniors. I feel somewhat overwhelmed. Normally, I feel I am more confident. So when we think of 새마을 Foundation, I think they should also have entrepreneurship of their selves to ensure their future. One of the international articles I saw was about President Zelensky and President Biden's kind of talk or debate. President Biden to President Zelensky in a phone call committed $1 trillion or more, and then President Zelensky said that, well, you have to give me this and this and this. And then President Biden was upset and angry about that. Well, why don't you think about what you should be grateful for? I think the same kind of applies to 새마을운동. If you don't receive the support from our internal customers, I don't think we will have the justification to support our outside or external customers. So we have to persuade and gain the acceptance of our internal customers in Korea. Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, this is something that's always within my mind. And you have brought up that problem. If we don't solve this problem and give an answer, well, I do agree that 새마을운동 has its limitations. It's for our panelists and for the academia. Everybody asks, 새마을운동, what is its identity? Why do you limit only to the rural villages or farming villages? I did briefly mention that 새마을운동 is not about implementing individual projects. It is aimed at providing the principle of development so that it could be applied anywhere to create its own model. So if I'm given time at the end, I'll try to remark on that as well. And next.
정갑진 원장, 예, 거기 계셨군요. 반갑습니다. 그러면
예, 방금 소개받은 정갑진입니다. 저는 새마을운동 중앙회에 약 한 30년 근무하고 정년퇴직했습니다. 그 이후에 실제 그 미얀마에 가서 한 5년간 새마을운동을 실질적으로 추진해 본 경험도 갖고 있습니다. 오늘 외국인들도 많고 해서 좀 더 새마을 ODA에 대해서 제 견해를 설명드리는 것이 좋겠습니다만은 이 포럼이
But this forum is also about the future direction of 새마을운동 for the betterment. And also as an organizer, the 새마을 Foundation has been renamed. And that is the reason why we've been thinking about the expansion of 새마을운동 inside Korea as well. So let me this time to focus on the domestic activities of 새마을운동 now. Thank you very much for the previous speakers, and that they have been talking about very important things. It's been more than 50 years since we started 새마을운동 in the 1970s in the international arena. We should do better for making it something relevant to the international community. We have to do something else in order to just activate it further. I agree what you say because we are at the cross juncture of 새마을운동 to move ahead from the current brand. So I can give you some SWOT analysis of the 새마을운동 as I see it. The Korean 새마을운동 has advantage that it has grassroots across the country. This organization of 새마을운동 is different from other NGOs because it is based on the practices in the ground. And they're very excellent in terms of doing things at the local level. What is our weakness then? First of all, it has the image of government-oriented ones, and also it has the weakness of financial stability. Over the course of years of the history of 새마을운동, we had 3 hiccups of the history. The first one was in the 1980s. The second one was the first one was in 1987, and then we had an issue for the 새마을운동 in 2020. Let's say that in the 1980s, we changed the nature of 새마을운동 from the government to the private ones. We just empowered all the private sectors of 새마을운동. We created all these non-government organizations. The second hiccup was the year when we had the white paper of 새마을운동. So prior to that, 새마을운동 was a national initiative, and that was started by the government, and it was kind of an archetype of the national program. The third hiccup and the issue came in 2002 when we started to have the globalized 새마을운동. The government then took the leadership of the 새마을운동. So with this change of the power from public to the private, we had some sources of concern of the conflict between the public and the government and the private, because they now have the different ownership. And secondly, we have seen the great expression of the commitment of the 새마을운동 as seen in the very recent Congress. And also we do have a lot of voices coming from the relevant people. And secondly, the organization of 새마을운동 as a whole is quite large in Korea, and they have a lot of roots of the conflicts of interest amongst the members here. So what is the most noticeable out of all these problems that we have to solve is that we have to have the consensus of the general public. Without having the support from the people, we cannot do anything. So the first thing we have to do is to get away from the control of the government. So we should be able to say that 새마을운동 is from the grassroots. So we have to get rid of the image that it is really top-down system. So that is why we have to think of the other areas. We have to go back to the rural areas to do the renewal of the 새마을운동. Rural areas in Korea are not the areas where agriculture only is done. They have so many other things to do in the rural areas. Secondly, we have to maximize the effect of the 새마을운동. And also there is a strong impression among the Korean people about the impact of the 새마을운동. They have full trust of 새마을운동 to be also effective if it goes out of the country. So this is a very important crossroads nowadays to improve the image and the practice of 새마을운동 further. We have a lot of good resources, human resources in the rural areas. And then we also have a lot of issues in the rural areas. We are losing the population in the rural areas. So we have to revive the situation where we can have the new spirit of 새마을운동. So with that, we can create a new synergy of the public and private. In order to have the new type of 새마을운동, Undong, we can have the new programs. First and foremost, we have to have a new concept of 새마을운동 in the rural areas. We have to go back to the rural areas. And secondly, we have a lot of programs of the villagers for the communities. In a sense, we can also have the very small and minor looking things like helping each other, because we have many people isolated and we can go to them to reach out to 새마을운동. That's a lot of nitty-gritty things about 새ma을운동. They should be all incorporated. And thirdly, inter-Korean relationship can be also the target of the 새ma을운동. 새ma을운동 can help both the North and South Koreans be better off. So that would be our future opportunities. So this has been my analysis on the SWOT of the 새마을운동. 3 strategic considerations can be made, having said that, for the future. As I said, in the 1980s, they had a white paper of the 새마을운동 across the country. So they had all theories coming out on the 새마을운동's effect. So it was based on the practices. We have been able to see the result and outcome of 새마을운동 visually. So there is no way of not to believe what 새ma을운동 means. But nowadays the situation is different. We have to make sure that 새ma을운동's effect can be strongly conveyed. The second thing that we have to improve upon is the capabilities of researchers. We used to have the research center of 새마을운동, but that was just discontinued. Although we have a lot of series of researches on Park Chung-hee's 새마을운동 campaign, we need to do more. So anything that is not related to the researches or that is not based on the theories will not have the future. So then we should have more researches made on. The third one is about the ODA. So in the development committee of the prime ministers in the presidential office, they used to work on the ODA, but that function has been shrinking. Therefore, even if I go out to the other countries, I don't see much of the synergy of the government and the practices in terms of ODA. With that, ODA cannot go further or be bigger and spreading. What is needed in order to solve the problem is to publish the manuals. We should follow the manuals if they have, so that could solve the problem. Once again, I would like to emphasize that with all these suggestions I make, we can have the revival of the 새마을운동 by incorporating the strengths and advantages and the evidences of 새마을운동 of earlier times. Thank you very much.
새마을운동.
You devoted your life to 새마을운동, and you have made a very meaningful comment. You have made many comments, so I don't think I need to repeat them one by one. For all of you here, please make sure that they are well recorded and then delivered to your seniors. So I also read the proposal. I won't repeat all of them. About 6 years, I served as the head of the Park Chung-hee Foundation, and I always felt that politicization is very dangerous. When President Park Chung-hee was at Cheongwade, he was conscious that 새마을운동 should not be politicized, and that made sure that no political factors influenced the 새ma을운동 so that it could be depoliticized. But now, as 새마을운동 is related with and connected with Park Chung-hee, it became another subject of politicization. And since you mentioned the issue of politicization, it was very grateful. And next, Desi Dalki. And next is Excellency Ethiopian Ambassador to Korea, Desi Dalki. Please make your comments.
Thank you so much. As this section is the futurity of 새마을운동, I completely agree with the first speaker about his successful history. We can't say that 새ma을운동 practice is successful development strategy and as wonderful tools for those who are trying to have developed from the poverty, to come out of poverty, especially for developing countries. When you come to successful history and successfulness, nobody denies about its successful. And it should be also worldwide practice. But when you come to this, who is responsible to make it a worldwide practice? Should only Korean institutions, Korean government, or Korean societies shoulder to make it worldwide practice? I don't think. For me, it's better if the world organizations like who are working for this development, especially to sustain sustainable development goal, should act and take it as initiative to make this practice worldwide. To now, I don't think that everybody says that it's a successful history, it's a successful practice and a strategy, but it's not widely accepted as an instrument to get rid of poverty from this world. This is my comment. But I don't know how the way is, the Samuel Foundation or somebody else is making it a popular worldwide. It's a mechanism, the way. Is it only the way of taking some regions and making some centers enough to make it a worldwide practice? So I think better to look and have the way of globalizing Samuel and practice. This is one of my comments. When we come to the weakness, of course, one of the weaknesses was that it got the image of government as a side. Of course, at that time, the government took all initiatives to make it public to open and incentivize the mechanisms, everything. That was good at that time. But at this moment, especially 21st century, the way the Samuel Andung is started in the Korea cannot be the same and the one at this moment. It should be designed, the mechanism of making it practically should be different from that time. I know that most of the criticizers of Samuel Andung say that its way of insemination was undemocratic, top-down, and politically initiated. For me, at that time, it was true. Yes, because the way get rid of Korean people and lead it to this level, nobody denies at that time. Even most of the African countries, most of the developing countries currently is better than at that time's Koreans. Within these 60 years, the Koreans did a miracle through this practice and attitude. So even if we blame the way of its implementation, it was the right way for that time. Anybody can disagree on this issue. I don't think that all of Koreans or all of others agree on the issue of its way. I'm not criticizing that disagreement way. I am saying that the mechanism of its implementation currently should be different of the mechanism of that time. So for this, which mechanism or which way? Maybe we can comment for its implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. 국제기구가 좀
With the international organizations being involved in the 새마을운동 for the organization and the detailed implementation, that would be better for the future. And thank you for saying that. But in order to make it, we need to have the support from the researchers as well. We need to have the publications of the articles and papers about these things so that they can be viewed and read by the international organizations, and that is the process that is required. But now, even if we say it is good, they will not listen to us. We need proof to show them. We need documents to talk about them. And also the second thing, the top-down issue, it may be too much a top-down, and that's another issue that we have to think about. So we started with the President Park Chung-hee at that time, and also decentralization was the core essence of that time. But nowadays, we do have a very different world nowadays. It's a consensus whether it is really viable to have something formulated by the government to follow blindly. So we have to defend ourselves that Park Chung-hee's mission was not actually top-down fully. It was also based on the bottom-up principles at the time. We were not able to dissuade other people that it was not really actually putting everything in order. Because we had to make the people believe that Park Chung-hee was not a real dictator. He was also asking people to cooperate. That was really, really difficult issue and sensitive to touch about. But we have to convince other people otherwise, so that we can prove that 새마을운동 was not truly a top-down, only approach. Now I'd like to ask Dr. Im Kyung-soo from Seonggyeol University. I do have a lot of issues, but my time is quite limited. I'll be just talking about some of the keywords only. I am redundant with the previous excellent speakers. So one thing I would like to emphasize here is that we should be free from the political will or power. Having said that, however, there should be a guarantee by the government or by the upper echelon to provide to the implementations, because it should be the people-first approach, not just the structures. The second thing I'd like to talk about is requiring some explanation. If you want to go back to the 1970s when 새마을 movement was first started, how can we do that? Now, what does it really mean? What we are trying to emphasize here is the revival of the diligence and the mindset of the people. Having said that, we have to distinguish what's coming from the government and what's coming up from the villages. So the government's role should be stopped at giving the foundation of the work. So they should stop at providing opportunities to the villagers. The other thing, therefore, that is required, that needs to be done, is the implementation of the villages in the developing countries. Therefore, at the level of the districts or some administrative units, they have to have the discussions with the government officials at the provincial level. But that should be the source of some kind of communications, and that requires a very fully aligned value chains. So these value chains can be made at the local level and also government level. So detailed research should be made on making the relationship of the value chains amongst all the stakeholders. The third one is about the private parties' involvement. So as I say, we talked about the return key issue as well. If private parties can take part inside these new projects as much as they can in some of the areas that they can belong to, that would be the best. It means that there should be an intermingling between the public and private sector so that we can strengthen the value chain and make it more dense. The same theory is applied to the ODA projects. ODA projects can come down from the top. 새마을운동 can start from the village people. They can be more diligent, they can do more work, but they should be also networking with the international organizations that are doing the ODAs or their respective government. Without having such a very good relationship and the linkage between the villages and the government, that will be very difficult. The next thing, and I'm going to be speedy because my time is quite limited, so everything should be documented, both in many languages as possible. In our case, we had English version and Korean version, and we had the translation to put them into the archiving. But we didn't have much more money than these two languages only. Yesterday, we talked about the possibility of making 새마을운동 a candidate of Nobel Award. It's a very good idea, but that requires more translations into many more languages, more documentations in quantity and quality, and everything should be upgraded. It can be audio or video. All the documentation should remain for the people to view before judging whether it is really applicable to the Nobel Award or not. In 46 countries, SDGAs are there as in a league of the 새마을운동 spanning 46 countries. I think that the new administration will do that within the next 6 months. Probably what we have to be concerned mostly about is the possibility of falling into the ODA trap. 새마을운동 is not having the risk of having any trap or pitfall. But if we focus on ODAs only, without knowing it, we can be in the trap of ODA if it is too much of a situation where government is controlling it. PSPS, 박정희 School of 새마을, has been involved in nurturing talents. So the next thing I would like to emphasize is the importance of human resources and their development. When I went to Thailand for the ODA, at the time we had several people coming from the Thailand, and then we had more than 10 people from Japan. All of these people were experts in Thailand, but we did have many people who are experts in here. What we have to consider in the future is to nurture and foster many talents who are experts in many other areas, including other countries. So that's one thing we have to do. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking as much as time. So I'll give you more time later.
And you talked about the role of the government. Of course, it is necessary. As I've attended the two-day forum, we listened to each nation's cases, and I was curious of the commitment of the president or the plans of that nation's of the planning of that nation. This isn't our project. I was curious what the leader wanted to do with this, because their ownership is very important. And I think you made a very good comment. Lastly, and next, Gwangju Jeonnam Research Institute, Park Jae-young. Yes, I am Park Jae-young. I'm the head of the Gwangju Jeonnam Research Institute. I listened to the very thoughtful remarks, and so I'd like to just briefly share my personal experience and future direction. In 1982, I was trained at the 새마을 Planning Division under the then Ministry of Interior. And there was also an archive at the ministry, and it had archives of what President Park Chung-hee written in his handwriting. It was exhibited in the archive, so whenever I had the time, I would go to that archive to go through what he has written. And after that, I don't remember doing work relevant to the 새마을운동 for about 30 years. From 1995 to 1997, I went to a fellowship overseas, And the local development department's professor gave us a textbook. And when I read that textbook, there were about 1 or 2 pages describing the 새마을운동 of Korea, and that it was the most successful local development practice of developing countries, and that it should be introduced to other African and Asian countries. And that was in 1995. And when I read that, I was so proud because it was so highly praised. I still remember that. Of course, this is an international seminar, but I like to talk about the domestic aspect and the international aspect of the future of the 새마을운동. First, on the domestic aspect, there's the 새마을 Foundation and also the Jeju Free International City Development Center's cooperation. And there was an MOU between CEO Lee Seung-jong and the counterpart. In 1991, that was on December 21st, the Gwangju Cheonnam Research Institute was first established. So we have about 31-year history. And I requested whether there were any records of 새마을운동 activities. And we found out that it was none. There were none. During the 31-year history of the Gwangju Cheonnam Research Institute, there were no studies or researches on 새마을운동 during that long time. And I thought the reason why. 새마을운동 after the 1990s actually was very weakened. It declined. Only the organization barely existed. That was what was cited by the researchers, and that it kind of became skeletonized. There's a 새마을운동 Center and also headquarters in local counties and provinces. But as we have a higher income today, and relatively, Gwangju, Jeonnam are more focused on the farming and fishing. And of course, 새마을운동 was very active in this region. But from 1990s, even in this region, even though the structure of 새마을운동 existed, it became skeletonized. I don't know how you understand this. And it kind of is only limited itself to a kind of a campaign type of initiative, which doesn't fit the current or the modern social reality. And the structure and the system is very outdated. Somebody said that it is at a grassroots level, but it barely exists. The grassroots are only led by the elderly and the seniors of a village. And in 2008, I met with the leaders of the 새마을운동 Association of the Cheonnam region, and I said that this shouldn't be left as it is. We have to propose a new 새마을운동. That was in 2008. And I served as a deputy governor for 2 years, but there weren't any changes. So, if we think of the future of the 새마을운동, in Korea, there are cities and there are the rural villages. And if I be frank, I must admit that the future is so unclear. Because domestically, 새마을운동 itself doesn't seem to have a future. As I said, the structure barely exists and is only barely supported by the elderly seniors. But what about the international arena? I think there's a high potential for globalization. And I personally think that there has been so much achievements in developing countries in Asia, Africa, and in Central America or Latin America countries. It was very successful with OEDA and COICA. And I understand that at the beginning, it was about 2,000 people in 40 nations. And then this has continued and has been well accepted in the recipient countries. And considering this fact, whether it's with KOICA or as an ODA project, which is somewhat unorderly, I like to propose that we have a more focal center in, for example, Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East, because there are differences, and to have a more systematic approach. Lastly, I did stress that research barely existed, and it was also mentioned by another presenter. The Gwangju Jeonnam Research Institute hardly has any research material on 새마을운동. So 새마을 Foundation or 새마을 Center would have similar situations. So I propose that we could have a kind of an MOU with other researchers and establish a budget to support that. Especially in the case of Jeollanam-do, there are many farming villages and fishing villages, and that was where 새마을운동 was very active in the past. Of course, today it is skeletonized, but since it had been active in the past, I'd like to propose an R&D on that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. So what a candid opinion. We welcome all the candid comments. Thank you very much. As Mr. Chung Gap-jin mentioned as well, while I was involved in the reviewing of 새마을운동, I have to confess as well that after the death of the passing away of President Park, former President Park, 새마을운동 was gone as well. He took 새마을운동 away. 새마을운동 is requiring people to come around. And anybody who has proposed 새마을운동 as a slogan, did he make it in the political arena? No, nobody was successful politically if they are proponent of 새마을 in Korea. We were not able to just revive the 새마을운동 spirit inside Korea. If we were able to just convince other people with the researches, with the papers, we could have done that because we have the data. But nobody had the data, and there was no data about this. And people say that we are the researchers of the 새마을운동, but they were not actually researchers because they were just only talking about technologies or technicalities and skills only. They're only saying that 새마을운동 was just in progress, but nobody was truthfully researching 새마을운동, saying that this is the reason why 새ma을운동 has been successful in Korea. This is why it can also have effect on in other countries. That requires money and funding with the researchers. If we have the evidence written in the academic form, we can bring it to the rest of the world to convince to other people. Sorry about that, and I have said too much. Now let's move on to Mr. Yang Hyun-chun, the JD. So have we met before? Yes, we have. Well, would you please say a few words now? Well, thank you very much, Dr. Chua. Dr. Chua is actually a very splendid academician from Jeju Island. So he gets all the admiration of the Jeju people, including myself. So I'm very pleased to see you in person. So you don't have to be that passionate about emphasizing the importance of the 새마을운동 to let us know, because we all have the DNA of 새ma을운동 in our minds. When I was growing up, I was involved in 새ma을운동 as well, so I didn't have many places to play around as a child. So I remember having all the places of 새마을 movement when I just hanging around. So I was hanging around all these places. When I was leading the 새마을운동 movement, I went to Lao PDR to do a lot of volunteering jobs. Inside Jeju Island, I was also involved in the Jeju chapter of 새마을운동. I was a director of 새ma을운동 at the time. So relatively speaking, I was a field guy. So I wasn't involved in the many local practices. The reason I said we have all the DNAs of 새마을운동 is in us is because we had the Sinsong High School in Jeju Island, and the principal of the school, his name is Choi Jong-suk. Her name was Choi Jong-suk. She was so popular. We had a group of admiring her as a the secret admirer. We had Burundi as a country. The Burundi did not have a diplomatic relationship with Korea at that time, but our principal, Madame Choi, went to Burundi to work on that, and they had the programs in the country, and she brought the people from Burundi to Korea, to Jeju Island, to teach them how to bake, and then they sent them these students away back to the Burundi to have a job there. And then also income generation project was also done in Burundi with her and the center. It means that they must have had a lot of things learned from the 새마을운동. So if they went to Burundi to do all these things, they must have accumulated all the spirit of 새마을운동 earlier than that. They were all volunteers. If they were asked to do these things, the program would not be that successful. So I'd like to emphasize the importance of the work in the field. Naturally, 새마을운동 is asking you to go to the rural areas. If you go to the rural areas in Korea nowadays, around the paddies, all these villages are just inhabited by elder people. And also, even if they have young people, these young people are from other countries. So international people live in the rural areas of Korea to do the field work. If you also know the economics of these households in the rural areas, they are indebted. They have a lot of debt to the banks. It means that their agriculture has been industrialized. They are having some payments to make, and they are having the loans to incur. So this has been a different story now than before, because all the agriculture has become an industry and the farmers are tied to the old system. Nevertheless, we should revive the spirit of the 새마을운동 in the 1970s. If we just insist that only the spirit should be remaining when all others are gone, it's not so much rational or helpful. I told you that I went to Lao PDR to do the 새마을운동 work, and I believe that they had a very good, strong relationship between the public and private sectors in that country. So if you want to be a chapter of a region of 새마을 movement, you have to pay for the membership or the directorship, like 30 million won per year. So you have to pay for it to get the job, and you're not being paid. So I was myself asked to pay like the money, almost like the half as just the annual income, and I couldn't refuse it. So sometimes I really had to just step down from the position because I couldn't pay for it. And then they had a lot of hanging around, getting around among the people in here. Korea boasts of the female golfers and the Go players, and that is because they had the Go department, and like Korean chess, and the golf department in the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. And that's sponsored by the ministry. That is why we have the good golfers and the Go players. That's what they say. The same theory can be applied to the 새마을운동. So if you go to the 새마을운동 events in the local areas, you see that all the people are from the governments, and villagers will not welcome it. So if it is too excessive involvement of the government, that will be just backfiring. Everybody in the rural village say that we don't have money, that we lack money, but I would say that we actually have a lot of money coming in. The only problem is that we don't have the concentration of the money to make it bigger. Because in the field, you get the subsidies, you get the aids from the government, and if you are losing population, you get the money from the government. On the other hand, the technology prevails in the rural areas. Smart farming is rising. How can an elderly person manage smart farm in the rural areas without being educated. They need young people. These young people should live in the rural areas. In the spirit of 새마을운동, they should be cooperating together, and so on. And that's what is happening gradually in Korea. It doesn't have to be a big number of young people. Even though it's a small number, they can work on the smart farming, and that should be also a reincarnation of 새마을운동 spirit. And I think it's quite encouraging. I was a field person because I have my experiences of working in there. In the past, if the government wanted the land, the farmers gave the land away, and then they had strong ownership and they have the strong voice. But nowadays, the no farmers is giving them their land for the big cause of big causes of the community. So they just cannot say anything about the project because they didn't contribute. So nowadays, when we have the movement of 새마을 spirit, I really hope that it should be very appealing. It should as sexy as possible so that it can attract young people. Smart farming, smart thing, IT, and technology are the important parts of Korea. They should be able to attract more young people. When 새마을운동 is in place, they should be able to entertain young people so that they are encouraged and motivated to work more for the villages and the communities. So I just rumbled on with my ideas that I have so far. So we do have JDC. It's about Jeju Development Corporation. It's about how we can develop Jeju. This year, JDC projects have nothing to do with the ODA because we don't have any subsidies from ODA. But on the other hand, JDC should be able to spare on the field of ODA. We should be the donor of ODA. So I asked my superiors to give more chances. So from next year, we'll be more active in terms of the ODA activities as well. Thank you very much. So in Korea, during the time of President Park, the biggest benefit was given to none other than Jeju Island. So thank you for being very candid today as well.
ODA를 하시겠다고 그랬는데
You talked about future ODA plans, and I think I want to propose awareness raising, awareness transformation in Jeju Island. This is my personal suggestion, and maybe. Well, I want to say, why can't we apply 새마을운동 to other principles, IT, or economic theories? If we understand it as an economic theory, it could be applied anywhere. So now we have concluded the first round of discussion. As chair of the moderator, I myself will take the discretion to take up about 10 minutes before we begin the second round. If you please understand, please allow me to make a brief presentation. Well, it's not so much brief as it's actually quite lengthy. I want to share a speech of the past of the deceased President Park Chung-hee. He has written a publication on the understanding of 새마을운동 in English and in Korean. Why is 새마을운동 worthy of a Nobel Prize? And President Park Chung-hee's address includes the essence of such literature. So I really wanted to share this with you. So for our panelists, if you understand, could you please bear with me as I read the speech of President Park Chung-hee? I will read it in Korean, and then let's move on with the following discussion. Following the we'll start the reading. This was in 1972, September 7th, as this was the speech back then in Gyeongsang-namdo. Last year, the government provided subsidies through not large sums, but to about 34,000 farming and fishing villages nationwide to spur on the enthusiasm for economic self-improvement among farmers and fishermen. The results were mixed. While some villages yielded good results, others did not. Based on the experiences, we have decided to reject the universal support system in favor of a merit-based support system. And based on this mixed result, in order to motivate the enthusiasm, we will adjust next year's plan because some had good performances while other villages did not have such good performances. So we have decided to reject the universal support system, and this year we will support only about 16 villages that achieved the good results last year. So in other words, the villages that performed poorly last year are given failing grades and to compare them to the school system. So we could say that the villages that didn't perform well, they will be failed this year, and only with good scores, they will continue to receive the support as a second grade. So this year would be for the second grade, and the subsidy will increase from last year's subsidy. And for such high-performing villages, other organizations such as the Farmers Cooperative will provide more support in line with the project. Out of the 16,000 villages this year, we will evaluate the performance, and for those that performed well, they will be promoted to the third grade, and among those that failed, there would be villages that didn't have good score last year, but those improved this year and became more united and more motivated. They will be reselected so that next year they will be promoted to the second grade, and so that they will be entitled to this year's level of subsidy next year. And then on those that fail to achieve results will be demoted, and those that do will be promoted to the third grade. In addition, so third grader villages that achieve outstanding results will be promoted to the fourth grade and entitling them to the significantly increased subsidies. This is a basic philosophy of the government support system within the framework of the 새마을운동. And the reason for this is very simple. We provided indiscriminate support to all the villages last year, but the results were mixed. Even among neighboring villages, there were those that were more diligent, so we decided to focus on that. And then after that, there will be differences. Even among neighboring villages, those that rose to the challenge for economic self-improvement benefited greatly from the governmental subsidy, substantially increasing their income and improving their living standards, while others simply didn't despite the government subsidy. That's why we have to help more diligent and self-determined villages first. And it is patently unfair to provide support for those farming and fishing villages where the residents idle away their days drinking and gambling in the same way as for those with residents who are determined to try to improve their own lives. Given a little support from the government, such villages will determine their own economic fate, and the day will come when they will be thriving villages without further support from the government. Of course, the villages that lag behind will complain, even if it is a direct result of their own laziness. The complaining voice from such villages may even drown out the voices of the content from the thriving villages. However, there is no need to heed their complaints. We will continue to support those that help themselves, and those that will not will be the last prioritized. That is the new revolutionary policy direction supporting the farming and fishing villages. And I believe that this support will succeed. Of course, there will be complaints from those that lag behind. And even if it is because of their own laziness, it may even drown out the voices of content from the thriving villages. And there's no need to listen to their complaints. It is said, God helps those who help themselves. This is an excerpt from President Park's speech delivered on a provincial inspection trip at North Gyeongsang Provincial Office. Well, did we practice 새마을운동 in this way, with this spirit, President Yoon Suk-yeol, for 148 nations to 63,000 people, students, said that 새마을운동 was trained. But during the past 20 years, do you see any one country that has risen extraordinarily or remarkably? For 2 days, yesterday and today, every country has their own origin of 새마을운동. And before that, all the farmers had their own movements of self-reliance. But I don't think there is any single country that has been as successful as Korea. Why is that? After the World War II, Korea is the only country that joined the advanced nations ranks from underdeveloped countries. Of course, many have announced the economic theories, and World Bank has provided so much subsidy. But why is it only Korea? What about North Korea? What is taking place? These are the questions we should answer. 새마을운동 without President Park Chung-hee, we have practiced that for the past decades. I think this principle could be cited as economic differentiation or discrimination, and that is to support those that are better. What is market theory? We go to the market and we select those that are better, that provide better service and better goods. We don't want to select those that lag behind. Economic performance is about compensating for those that have better performance. And that is the basic principle that was in the mind of President Park Chung-hee. It means, and this is in line with God helps those who help themselves, and is also well written in the Bible. How is the principle of self-reliance possible? Every country teaches self-reliance from elementary schools, but no country has ever realized it in practice. So what should we do? We have to support those that practice self-reliance. We have to support those that work harder, that try harder, so that they can be promoted to grade 2 or grade 3. We have to get away with any support that provides unilateral support. We should support villages with better performances so that they could practice self-reliance and self-help. Secondly, that was what Park Chung-hee said. Well, there was farm cooperatives and other administrative agencies, but why did President Park Chung-hee created the 새마을 organization headed by 새마을 leader? Why did he not rely on the cooperative? This was all envisioned by President Park Chung-hee. He didn't want to rely on the governmental bodies. And there was a very important scientific spirit, a science principle of President Park. There is a handwritten 새마을 spirit educational material that's registered at UNESCO. And the core principle says that cooperation will create a new world. 1 + 1 is larger than 2. It's bigger than 2. Already 50 years ago, he has exemplified this theory, this complex economic theory. 1 + 1 is not 2. It could even become 3 or 4. It's the theory of Gauss and also the fundamentals of the so-called synergy theory. Why did he emphasize the importance of villages? That was because village or organization is so important. Humankind is most weak in the wildlife because they cannot survive on their own. That's why they create organizations. And so President Park wanted to leverage this instinct. So that was why 새마을 bodies were regarded as an enterprise. It wasn't the village leader. He wanted to foster innovative entrepreneur leaders out of 새마을 leaders. So what did he do? For all national projects, infrastructure projects, or other fiscal projects, they were all entitled to 새마을 movement to provide abundant funding and reinforce funding for villages that perform better. So whether it's a construction company, well, he didn't rely on 새마을 construction. He relied on 새마을 movements so that the income trickles down to villagers. And it's the same is true for reforestation. Also for nursery trees, it was all outsourced to 새마을 운동 so that the profit was shared by the village residents. All the ideas of the president was focused on how the villagers could make more money and become richer. And this is what enables sustainable growth. So villages that raise their income would exist, whereas those that were not as good exist. So we should not support them unilaterally. Korea only supported businesses that had better export results. The same was true for villages. If we support better performing villages, that became a new means of motivation because the others can't resist such motivation. And that was how he wanted to transform the villages. And this is about economic definition. Because of the concept of inequality or equality or equity, the world is trying to go toward doing unilateral things unilaterally. But this isn't being successful. It's not making people happy. So the basic economic principle is based on this saying: the God helps those who help themselves, and we should play the role of customers. And we have the market. God helps those who help themselves is what we should keep in mind. So that was what President Park kept in mind and resisted the opposition from the politicians. 새마을 leaders, and there was a suggestion that 새마을 leaders, we should foster about 3,000 새마을 leaders, but this was rejected by President Park because he didn't want another type of a kind of existing public officials. And the First Lady Yu Kyung-soo said that if President Park wasn't elected the president, he would have become a 새마을 leader. So if we pay retrospect to what we've done wrong in the past, I think we somehow neglected the basic philosophy, and we couldn't sufficiently realize its philosophy. So when we look back on the research, we have to make it nationwide. So this is what I think. When we give ODAs, we have to be more discreet in it. We have to request more kind of motivation for the recipient country. We have to provide better incentives so that there's a sense of urgency and a sense of need. So this theory was recently developed by recent economists, and they have been receiving the Nobel Prizes recently. Isn't it so funny? Already 50 years ago, President Park Chung-hee already practiced this philosophy and to make Korea into an advanced country. So I think he was entitled to Nobel Prize. And why? That's why I even wrote this book on why President Park Chung-hee is worth of receiving the Nobel Prize, Nobel Economic Prize. Well, I took up too much time. I apologize. Now we'll begin the second round. Professor Kim?
해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
좋은 말씀 많이 해주시고.
Well, thank you very much for the wonderful inputs. What I wanted to say is as follows. Regarding domestic 새마을 운동, I have not been exposed to that much, so I have nothing to say, but I'll be talking about the international movement of 새마을 only. As mentioned earlier, 새마을 운동 can be co-branded with the Korean ODA. And as many people mentioned, including Professor and Dr. Chua, the tenets and principles of 새마을운동 should be kept by our practices and should be spreaded to other countries. So yesterday and today, we've been talking about what kind of case studies there were and what kind of activities have been done. Now we have to ask ourselves how they were possible and they were done, so we can make the manuals out of all these practices so that wherever we go, we can put ourselves into that manual stuff so that we can have the full implementation of localization. As also mentioned, IT technology is really developed in Korea, differently from the Korea in the 1970s or 80s. At that time, when mode was should be done, that's more important. Therefore, it is available and applicable anywhere and in any country in the world, because if we're talking about how, not just what. And also, in order to make 새마을운동 as a model framework, we can have all these researches to appeal to the international community with. Also, as mentioned, 새마을운동 in the 1970s was initiated by the president and presidential office, but it went down to all the villages and communities to have all this inclusion of the programs. So utilizing all these things, we can have the solutions to all the global challenges using our methods if it is aligned and also systematized. Thank you very much. At that time, the Cooperative of Agriculture, NAAC, was also a government organization. They were not able to get all the interests together. So President Park said Cooperative of Agriculture was not suitable for these projects, because if you are a leader of a community in the rural villages, they were not just right for the 새마을운동. That's why they had new leaders of 새마을운동, and you have to be mindful of that. And also from the audience, we'd like to also ask some people to raise their hand to give us your input and ideas. So if you are just from the groundwork of many countries, you are the person to ask questions or give your opinions about. Anybody from other countries? I have somebody who was asking questions. Yes, I am the person who had the question. I'll repeat myself. My name is Kwon Min-jung, the Director of the International Affairs of 새마을운동 Foundation. Regarding ODA, I'm here to learn about your opinions, and I'm here to learn a lot and listen to a lot of things. The Central Committee of the 새마을운동 did not have enough of the framework of the ODA, and also they have to be able to listen to all the stakeholders more. So I'm in agreement with your opinions. I'll just convey the message to my bosses back home, not just for the ODA, but also for the domestic implementation of the 새마을운동. If I didn't say anything, I just can consent with all other people. So I wanted to let you know about what we are actually doing. I myself have been positioned to this job early this year, but prior to that, I was in another department. I'm now in the international department, the global cooperation. We have to make the framework for the 새마을운동. We also have to recreate our framework for the international communities and also for the Korean activities. This kind of framework means a lot. So I used to work as the Secretary General in Incheon chapter of 새마을운동. When I went to Incheon earlier, the area was actually plagued by these political opposition party people. If you remember, at that time, 6 years ago, they had a very big scandal of Incheon City. They had red water coming from the tap of the water. Every household got a reddish color. The 새마을운동 took the initiative of trying to solve the problem. And also in Incheon, there are centers for the elderly people and also taking care of children. And they were able to take the jobs inheriting the legacies from this 새마을운동, and then they changed the system, so as if that nothing just is related to the 새마을운동. Let's go back to the time when we had the incident of losing all the children from the sinking ship 세월호 in 2014. Prior to that, we didn't have many issues there. And then after the sinking issue, the parents of the children, the school students who lost their children are now working as the chapter heads of their native district. Also in Incheon, in metropolitan areas, they became the panel of the discussions. I was also joined with many others. And those people who experienced this 새마을, although they are from the democratization process, they were regretting that they didn't know very much about the real essence of 새마을운동. They were transformed after knowing what the real essence of the 새마을운동 is about. If you go to Jeollado province, Gwangju and Gangwon, these are the areas where 새마을운동 was least effective. People did not buy in 새마을운동 because they live in a very remote area from the central government and also from the Gyeongbuk province. But now the situation has changed. People in these areas are also known to the real essence of 새마을운동 nowadays. So people have changed and the time has changed. So I'd like to also talk about these things to reporter 중앙일보. Please be succinct. Yes. There were times when we were not fully budgeted or funded, and only with the help of the MOIS we were able to have this project starting from 2009. So I am the evidence of being able to work all these things. If you say we cannot do anything inside Korea, that's not true, because if you want to say that 새마을운동 is not possible in Korea, it's just like saying that kimchi is Chinese, not Korean. So I would like to oppose your ideas. I and my colleagues are working in all these 새마을 chapters and 새마을운동 business areas. My colleagues who came from other people confessed that I didn't know that 새마을운동 is deeply rooted like this. So please change your mind. 새마을운동 in Korea is everywhere. Just look around. We have 새마을 people in your district, in the villages, in the townships. They have been dedicated to the 새마을운동 spirit more than anybody else. Now, please know that fact.
국제팀장이
And I think you had some disappointments, and so if there were any disappointment on your part, I think that was a kind of a misunderstanding. I didn't want to deny the achievements of 새마을운동 in Korea. From a third party, I just was frustrated that it wasn't that well known. And on the micro level, on the local level, since there are the so-called veins of the 새마을운동, the achievements are well known. However, against the input, I think it is still very, very weakly recognized. As we, in the session 2, especially about session 2, what I wanted to say is, when you think of amusement parks like Lotte World or Everland, it's not whether it's something good or not. I just want to propose that we have to have kind of an attraction for 새마을운동 so that it's differentiated overseas. There could be ODAs and others. How could we differentiate 새마을운동 with its own attraction? And how could we promote 새마을운동 so that any foreign village or nation voluntarily comes to us to ask for 새마을운동? In Korea, I understand there are political limitations, but we have to expand beyond such political limitations, and that's all depends on how effectively we could persuade others. Just as Professor Cha mentioned, people naturally don't do anything that's not of interest to them. So what about then? Then we have to have an attraction. And for something that has its efficacy, there isn't that much political interest. Because if it's a candy that's good enough to swallow and sweet, it doesn't matter if it's a red candy or a blue candy. So I want to say that we have to make 새마을운동 more attractive to motivate the local resources. So personally, of course, it's important for each of the field practitioners to do their best, but I think we have to create a kind of an attraction on a central level. I gave the example of an amusement park. Well, Jeju Village, Jeju-do, many rich people go to Jeju Island because they're international schools for education purposes. And the same is true for 새마을운동. If you have a better attraction, it will help to expand the support for 새마을운동. As I listened, I didn't want to under-evaluate the 새마을운동 Association. Back then, it didn't even exist. President would directly make orders. This was the liberalism of the President Park Chung-hee. He never coerced the project. It was all selected by the village councils, and then the president ordered that they should be evaluated and look at the performance. He didn't want to have a kind of a central association. That's something we have to understand. Of course, it could become necessary, starting with Republic 5, and there were disadvantages and also some shortcomings and challenges. It's developing its own organization of self-help, so I want to know what the role of the association plays. And I want to add just one more thing. In the speech of President Park, talked about grading the second year's performance and then excluded those that didn't perform well. And then he told the villages, you should stop 새마을운동. And do you know what happened? Whether it's the Ministry of Interior or the Seoul mayor back then, who was the person? Kim Yeon-ho. Since President said to evaluate, about 50 or so assessment group of professors and public officials visited about 34,000 villages and conducted the assessment. And some villages, when they received notice that there will be assessment, try to kind of mock any achievement. And sometimes they would pretend that they've made achievements by faking cement, pavement, and others. So 18,000 or more villages actually were discarded because of that. Because especially villages that where the opposing party ruled, because they were against the initiative. So the then Mayor Kim Yeon-ho came together and asked, what should we do? Well, this discrimination is not good. So next year we will distribute 300 bags of cement unilaterally, and then that meeting was reported. Report was reported to the president, and the president said the same thing as the speech. How could we treat the good performing villages and the bad performing villages the same? I conducted the May 18th revolution, and I did this renewal campaign since then. And by unilaterally supporting, we can't do anything. But this wasn't accepted by the administrative body. And then Kim Yeon-ho met with president and said this shouldn't take place. It could create a big political outlash. So let's all distribute unilaterally, equally. And then this president said he opposed. And so the head of the Republican Party, as well as the top 5 figures, came to meet the president once again and warned him that this will threaten the administration. And then the next year, there was another presidential election. Nevertheless, President Park said, I don't care whether I lose the administration. I will follow my own principle. And that was when the 1971 presidential election took place and then moved on to the next administration. And that was how President Park Chung-hee worked so hard to prevent the politicization of 새마을운동. And he created all the ideas for that. And I want you to keep that in mind, especially for those coming from overseas. You should keep in mind that you have to have better performance. And for that, you have to communicate with the president, the top leaders, to have a nationwide initiative and to conduct assessments. I think that would be a good idea. For governors and CEO, I urge you to have such kind of a pilot example. I think that is the only way for performing. And then we naturally will receive the Nobel Prize.
Can I be brief by taking the microphone? So, 새마을운동, not just for the local Korean practices, it also has a lot to be critiqued in terms of ODA function. Because currently they have the less systematic and the project itself is not so much attractive. It doesn't get the buy-in from the people. Everything you say is just poking us because they are telling the truth. I really accept the critiques here. Without accepting your remarks, there's no reason for us to have this international forum. We are here together to listen to the differing ideas. But having said that, I'd like to ask you not to lose the sight of history so far. In the 1980, when the government decided to empower the private parties to take the 새마을운동 from the government, the mistake made at that time was that they didn't have the mechanism to fund the 새마을운동. They said verbally that they're going to do something about the budgeting, but they didn't do that. So in any country, in order for the governance to be more effective, they should have the collaboration between the rural villages and the government. Up until that time, in the 1980, Korea was a very good model. It was very successful up until 1980. However, in 1980, they said, the government said that from now on, 새마을 is a NGO. Let's imagine that what NGO activities are really like, even if that they have so much work to do by the private parties, they're not so much effective. They cannot restore the glory of the 새마을운동 prior to 1980. Why? That's because they didn't have the systematic funding or support from the central government. Now, in 2022, we see some of the emerging models nowadays because there is a sponsorship by the Gyeongsangbuk-do province. So in the meantime, prior to that, the ODA project was impossible because there was an involvement of the government. So there are evidences that without the government involvement, nothing can be done. So, and I have to tell you that even after President Park took power, and before in 1960, for 10 years up until 1970, there was no 새마을 movement. And only when there was a strong foundation of the budgeting and funding, that was possible to have the 새마을운동. So in order for 새마을운동 to be revived, there should be a partnership between the private parties and the public organizations. Without having that very strong relationship and the sponsorship by the government, everything will be up in the air. Nothing will be realized because without the money given to the private parties, there will be no attraction. So if you have the attraction and money and also the sponsors, young talents will be naturally flowing in to this field. So they'll keep the direction of this. So if you are really good at this, you don't have to worry about the people issue. But professionalism and expertise are different things. They have to be trained and they have to take time. So that's another thing. But ODA seems to be everywhere. But actually, if you go to another country, that ODA projects will be just like demonstration projects, like for tens of villages only. That is not enough to have the turnaround of the whole country. With that limited budget, you have to have a selection and concentration. In other words, you have to have the 새마을운동 in line with the democratization. And you cannot expect the same glory of the past will be exactly restored. You have to work with the government. I'm not saying that we have to be modeling exactly after what has been done in the past. You have to have a very good synergy effect by having the roles to be played by respectively the private and public parties. You have to do your work, and the funding should be coming from the government, just like prior to 1980. Well, thank you very much. As mentioned earlier, both the public and the private parties should be able to work together to get the synergy. At the time when President Park started 새마을운동, they had the catchphrase and keyword of economic development of the rural areas. Without seeing the economic benefits, nobody will be listening to that. Nobody will be involved in that. Without seeing the money flowing in, they will not be really working in. The money should be earned, the sponsor should be made, so also the aid should be made. So after 1980, when democratization politically was made, we all know that there's something to be improved in terms of this process, although nobody out loud talks about it. Since 1980, whenever there was a change of the power of the ruling party and opposition party, there has been ups and downs of the 새마을운동. We cannot say that 새마을운동 has not been really irrelevant to the politics. How can we say that 새마을운동 is not political? So listen to me very carefully, please. When I visited an office up there, I was very much surprised. Without touching upon these very fundamental issues, can we only say the freedom and solidarity? Do you think that it can make it possible? I don't think so. Only saying the words of the freedom and the solidarity will not make you go anywhere without the full support of the public parties. So all these toils and efforts can be just washed away. Jeffrey Sachs talks about 새마을운동, but he is the person who has been proposing the fruitless ODAs only. He convinced the international organizations. They had the United Nations and many other international organizations to give money to the rural areas of other countries, pouring dollars and dollars, but Jeffrey Sachs didn't have anything out as a result of these money in. He just did the useless things. He is not listening to me. I asked him to come to Korea to have the presentations listened to him, but he refused my offer. So I think it's really pathetic. He's not the real 새마을 person. He was just saying that not desirable. So if we are really truthful to the principles of 새마을, any other countries, then we can really restore the glory of the past. We can really revive it. So I ask you to come to the President of the Republic of Korea. Please convince him with the data, with the practices, with your evidences that we can do it once again. Please go and convince your president. Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. I would like to ask something in other way. I'd just like to have your kind concentration on goal number 17 of the SDG, regional and international cooperation. To pinpoint my queries, the first one is that the carbon emission is there. We have elaborated we are immensely benefited from the deliberations, particularly the afternoon sessions. So carbon emissions there are a lot of measures the United Nations taken,
But I just raised this issue that how we can address this issue through the SMU, Semaul-dong. The carbon emissions, that the carbon tax was introduced, one of the measures, because to build the capacity of the developing countries who are the most victims, like Bangladesh. Bangladesh, if 1 meter sea level rise, 17% land will be inundated, and over 20 million people will be climate refugee. So climate tax induction, it is not because the conflict of interest of different countries. For an example, in Ukraine and Russia war, some countries are selling their arms and ammunition. They have benefited from there, but the countries poor like us, we are struggling to get food for 3 times. You know, do you understand? Because we just graduated from underdeveloped to developing countries. Just graduated there. And I believe that the poverty level decrease within this last 6 months going down. The reason is that the conflict of interest. We cannot avoid this one. We can speak many things, but we cannot, because different countries have different interests. But we need to have some common phenomena that if I spend more money, if I emit more carbon, then I have to pay for that. And that money should go to the capacity building of these victim countries. That cannot be the theoretical aspect. It should be getting some the momentum. The second one is the common phenomenon in countries is the water sharing. The people, the country living below the downstream, they are suffering because in the name of development, huge infrastructure, water, there is restoration of water, building water structures in the upstream, and the ecology and the environment destroyed in the downstream. That is also a big area to interest. And the last one is the food security. Food security, the first goal of the United Nations, of the SDGs. The food security is under great threat this time. Even last week, the FAO of the United Nations says that 2023 will be with the severe year for the food for all over the world. So this time, our Prime Minister and many of the things that every small fragments of land should be used to produce the crops. So these are very vital, critical issues in that sense. But I just, because too many enlightened people are sitting in front of me, so I just have to introduce these 3 vital issues for the survival, to bring up the people of the developing, underdeveloped countries through the spirit of SMU, local regional cooperation. Thank you very much for your kind patience.
Thank you for your very, very important question. Thank you for your very, very important, relevant questions as of now. 누가 답변할 수 있겠습니까? 조금 하세요. 이게
Can anybody give an answer?
Raised to your president, not to us.
마이크를 사용해 주시기 바랍니다. Please ask him 바랍니다.
Point.
Yeah, so I think all the issues you mentioned is global issues we have to take care of. So one country cannot solve those the problems. So what I'm trying to say is that to handle those kind of questions, we have to have a sense of community worldwide. Okay, so world is just one community. So if member of one community suffers, whole community cannot be happy. So that is main idea. So those are kind of concepts we can borrow from the concept of 새마을운동, because 새마을운동 is a village-based, community-based, inclusive development. So all the people in the village, they participate in the village-wide project. Once they success in the village-wide the project, and then every participating people get the benefit. So in the same sense, when developed countries support the developing countries to get rid of all those difficulties, and then the condition of overall world will be getting better, and then not only the developing countries but also developed countries will get the benefits. That's a way of solving the global problems. So that's the only thing I can say. It's very difficult, I know. So developing countries feel always inequity in such situations. For example, climate change, you contribute to the least in the global change, but you are most affected by global change. So developing country people, they think that all the causes made by developed countries, but the developed countries suffer the most. So therefore, the developed countries should do something to take care of developing countries' condition.
Yeah, lesson for that issue from the 새마을운동 is this. 새마을운동 할 때 말이죠. 마을 간의
When we did the 새마을운동, there was fierce competition amongst communities, and the management had to be made by providing income source. But conflicts amongst communities were remaining, not to be resolved. So there should be some collaboration needed amongst the communities. That's what was done by the government. Gyeongbu Expressway was not done by the government.
climate change issue는
The climate change is the global issue. But in this case, you have the conflicts of interest. Humanity has the nature of the prosperity, but this is far from the human nature. This is something that is not asking you to do it naturally, because this work doesn't get you make money. And this one is not actually favored by you if it is just based on the nature of the human beings. Then what can be done? It should be done by the funding of the United Nations. For example, out of the least developed countries, the countries that have been contributing to the emission of the GHG the best, they should be rewarded. So you know what I'm saying, the principle of this. If you really want to sacrifice yourself to reduce the emission, you should be rewarded internationally. If there is no mechanism of paying you back for your effort and contribution, nobody will be just involved in here. So anybody or any country that is doing the best and doing well should be compensated for their work. Even if you are the least developed countries, at the international community level, you have to be able to give the benefit to them. So that's the compensation for your hard work. So this work and reward system and mechanism will make you go. Then you can convince your people and your president. Without having that, if you are asked to just kill your industry, reduce what you have, that's not workable. That's everybody agrees. So for the countries that are being sacrificed the most, they should be really compensated. So without having the carbon tax, all these countries will be motivated and encouraged to work harder to have the better performance than others. If that is spreading throughout the countries, everybody will volunteer to be in the carbon reduction mechanism. And that's the shortcut to achieve the goal of the carbon neutrality. I'm very sorry to take up so much time. We have 3 minutes to go until 5, which is the scheduled time for finishing up. Now I'd like to ask Professor Lee to have a closing remark. I'll be just sitting here, but you go ahead for the closing remark.
Yes, let me make a closing remark to wrap up the session. The 새마을 Foundation isn't doing this alone. There are other organizations and agencies that's working together. It's not a forum just for the sake of a single agency. It's for the sake of 새마을운동. Professor Cha has enthusiastically persuaded, but I apologize that I'm putting pressure. Well, I do agree that the free spirit of free competition is important, and I personally think that what Mr. Isuki said is also very important on a macro level as well, and something that we should keep in mind. So let me just keep one point in mind. I think it's important to understand the essence of the philosophy of 새마을운동. There was a time when we all praised 새마을운동 was successful in the past because And if it is regarded as successful, then I think it will be a prescription for the future of 새마을운동. So what is the essence of 새마을운동? Some say it's top-down, and some others say it's bottom-up. So what is the true essence? For those that think it is top-down, they think that is the right way. But for those that think bottom-up is the right way, they think bottom-up is its essence. They think that is the right way. But I think understanding it a single direction is not the right way to understand the essence. Because when I was practicing 새마을운동 in the past, well, I worked at the 새마을운동 division in the past. The process of 새마을운동, if we divide it, on the one side there is supply, and the other side there is production. What is supply? It is about planning and financing and monitoring and evaluating. What is production? It's about actually servicing and also doing the micro-planning. So what did we do in the 1970s? There was a micro-planning and evaluation that was done on the central level by the central government. What about the actual production? That was led by the local communities in the village level. So there was, of course, a nationwide governance. So it wasn't about a single entity. On the supply side, it was led by the central government, but for the production side, it was actively led by the villagers. So that was how it created a governance. It was a uniform type of governance. It was kind of a creative governance between the public and the private sector to create a more creative type of governance. That was what came to my mind. And I also published this in international journals. So this is a comment I'd like to share with you. I said this in Korean so that we don't have miscommunication.
Very exhausted physically, but spiritually, we are very invigorated by the in-depth discussion on the practices and possibilities and the prescriptions of the 새마을운동. And then it was very fantastic to hear the many persons' opinions. And then I thank you for all the audiences here. And then the students many students have come, but I must express my special gratitude to the graduate students of the Yeongnam University and then Seoul National University. They will be the pioneer of the 새마을 movement here and around the world. Thank you again. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We don't have an answer in place. But since CEO said such an important thing, Park Jong-il always said, 새마을운동 is a practice of democracy. That's something we should keep in mind. Thank you very much.
예, 알겠습니다. 지금부터 기념 사진 촬영이 있겠습니다. 저희 대표님과 모여주신 내빈들을 앞에 모시고 기념 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 사전에 예정돼 있지는 않았지만 지금부터 잠깐 시간을 내셔서